This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I've been driving trucks for 15 years. Night routes don't bother me. Empty highways don't make me nervous. But what happened 3 nights ago on Route 23, that was different. That changed everything I thought I knew about long-haul driving. It started as a routine delivery. Paper products, 26 pallets of printer paper, copy paper, and cardboard shipping supplies. Nothing special, nothing valuable, just paper. I'd checked the load myself before leaving the warehouse. Every pallet was shrink-wrapped and secured. The seal on the trailer doors was intact. Load number 47892. Everything by the book. The clock on my dash read 2:17 a.m. when it happened. I'd been on the road for about 4 hours. Route 23 stretched empty ahead of me, cutting through fields of nothing. No houses, no streetlights, just my headlights pushing back the dark. Movement caught my eye. Someone standing on the shoulder. They waved their arms over their head. I almost missed them. They wore dark clothes. But they kept waving, urgent. Something about the way they moved made me slow down. I shouldn't have stopped. Company policy says no stopping for pedestrians after dark. But I did. I pulled onto the shoulder, put on my hazards. The figure approached my cab. A man, maybe 50. He wore a black jacket and jeans, normal clothes. His face looked worried. "Your back doors are open," he said. "Cargo's falling out." My stomach dropped. I'd checked those doors myself, double-checked the seal. But I thanked him, put the truck in park, and grabbed my flashlight. The man stood by my cab as I walked back to check. The doors were closed. The seal was intact. Number 47892, just like when I'd left. No cargo on the road behind me. I walked the length of the trailer, checking the sides. Everything normal. When I got back to the cab, the man was gone. I climbed back in, hands shaking slightly. Just some confused guy, I told myself. Maybe he'd seen another truck. I put the truck in gear and pulled back onto the highway. The first sign something was wrong came 10 minutes later. Headlights in my rearview mirror. Far back, but steady. Same distance, no matter how I varied my speed. They stayed with me through 3 turns and 2 lane changes. My palms were sweating now. The headlights never got closer, never fell behind. Just stayed there, watching. I tried to see the vehicle, but it was too dark, too far back. Just lights in the darkness. I needed to stop, check the load again. But the thought of pulling over with those lights behind me made my skin crawl. I kept driving, watching the mirrors. 2 hours to the next truck stop. I could make it. The truck stop appeared ahead at 4:45 a.m. Pilot Travel Center, well-lit parking lot. Other trucks, people, safety. I pulled in, found a spot away from the other rigs. The headlights behind me vanished as I turned into the lot. I sat in the cab for 5 minutes, watching the mirrors. Nothing followed me in. No strange vehicles. No man in a black jacket. Just the normal late-night truck stop crowd. Sleepy drivers getting coffee, filling up their tanks. I had to check the cargo. Had to know. I grabbed my flashlight and keys, climbed down from the cab. The seal was still intact. Same number, 47892. I broke it carefully, keeping the pieces. Opened the doors. Empty. Completely empty. No pallets, no paper, no signs of forced entry, no damage to the walls or floor, just an empty trailer that had been full 6 hours ago. My legs went weak. I sat on the back bumper, breathing hard. Cold sweat ran down my back. This wasn't possible. You can't just lose 26 pallets of cargo. Not without breaking the seal, not without leaving a trace. I went back to the cab, hands shaking so bad I could barely climb up. The bill of lading was in my clipboard where I'd left it. I pulled it out, shined my flashlight on it. The paper was blank. No, not blank, faded, like it had been left in the sun for years. But I could just make out a signature at the bottom, my signature. Except I hadn't signed it yet. That's done at delivery. Movement caught my eye. A flash of black fabric between the trucks. A figure walking through the lot. I grabbed my phone, tried to take a picture. The screen showed only darkness where the figure should have been. I called dispatch. No answer. Called my supervisor's emergency number. Nothing. Texts wouldn't send. The phone worked. I could see my signal, my battery level. But no calls would connect. No messages would go through. I sat in the cab until sunrise, watching the mirrors. No more figures in black. No mysterious headlights. Just the normal truck stop activity picking up as morning arrived. Regular trucks coming and going. Regular drivers getting breakfast. When the sun came up, I checked the trailer again. Still empty. The seal pieces were gone from where I'd left them on the bumper. The bill of lading was completely blank now, not even the faded signature visible. I called dispatch again. This time it went through. I reported the missing cargo. They had no record of load 47892, no record of any paper products being shipped last night. According to their system, my truck was supposed to be empty, waiting for a pickup later that day. I argued, showed them my logbook entries, described the loading, the checking, the seal. They were patient, but firm. No such load existed, never had. They asked if I was feeling okay, if I needed time off. I drove back to the warehouse, talked to the loading crew. None of them remembered loading my truck. The security footage showed me arriving with an empty trailer, parking for 6 hours, then leaving. Still empty. That was 3 days ago. I'm still driving, still making deliveries. But things are different now. My clipboard holds blank papers that fill themselves with faded writing when I'm not looking. Headlights follow me every night, always just far enough back that I can't see the vehicle. Sometimes I see the man in the black jacket, standing on the shoulder. He's always waving, always warning me about falling cargo. Last night, I checked my phone's photos. There was a new one I didn't take. A picture of my trailer, doors open, taken from behind. The inside looks full of cargo, but when I zoom in, the pallets are transparent, and there's a figure standing among them, wearing a black jacket. The figure is facing the camera. The figure has my face. I've started carrying blank papers in my clipboard. Sometimes they fill with writing that tells me where to go, what's going to happen next. I follow the instructions. I don't have a choice. The headlights are always behind me now, even during the day. The man in the black jacket, the other me, is always ahead, waving me forward. My next delivery is to a warehouse that doesn't exist, carrying cargo that was never loaded. The bill of lading has my signature on it, but I haven't signed it yet. I'll sign it when I arrive. I have to. It's already there, faded but clear, written in my hand. The headlights are getting closer now. Each night, they're a little nearer when I check my mirrors. Soon they'll catch up. Soon I'll see what's been following me. Soon I'll understand why my cargo vanished, why my double warns me about falling boxes that never existed. Until then, I drive. The blank papers fill themselves with instructions. The headlights follow. And somewhere ahead, a man who looks exactly like me waves from the shoulder of a road that might not exist, warning me about cargo that's already gone. Security cameras don't lie. That's what I kept telling myself during my first month as night guard at Henderson Storage. But camera 4 had been lying to me for the past week. Or maybe it was telling a truth I didn't want to understand. I noticed it on a Tuesday night. My shift started at 11 p.m. like always. I did my first walkthrough, checked all the locks, then settled into the security office. 6 monitors showed feeds from different areas of the warehouse. Camera 4 covered the northeast corner, mostly empty except for some old shelving units. At 1:13 a.m., camera 4 turned. Not much, just a slight pivot to the right. Nobody else was in the building. The camera control panel was locked, key in my pocket. But it moved. I watched it happen. I radioed my supervisor, standard procedure. He checked the remote feed, said camera 4 hadn't moved at all, said it was showing the same view it always had. I pulled up the footage. He was right. The recording showed a stationary camera, but I was looking right at it, and it had definitely turned. I did another walkthrough. The northeast corner was empty. No footprints in the dust, no sign anyone had been there. Camera 4 was back in its original position when I returned to the office. The next night, it happened again. 1:13 a.m. exactly. This time I recorded it on my phone. The camera turned slowly right, stayed there for exactly 3 minutes, then returned to its original position. I played the phone video for my supervisor the next morning. The video showed nothing, just a static shot of the camera, completely still. My hands started shaking when I saw that. The phone had recorded for 6 minutes. I watched the camera move, but the video showed nothing. My supervisor suggested I take some time off. I didn't. Thursday night, 1:13 a.m. Camera 4 turned again. This time I was ready. I walked to the northeast corner while it was still turned. The camera followed my movement. That wasn't possible. These cameras didn't have motion tracking. They were basic fixed units. The corner was empty except for the shelving. But something caught my eye. Fresh footprints in the dust. They matched my boots exactly, but I hadn't walked there yet. The prints went to the far wall and stopped. I heard the camera motor whir, looked up. Camera 4 was pointed directly at me now. The red recording light blinked steadily. My radio crackled, static. Then a voice, distorted but clear enough. "Check your locker." I ran back to the security office. My hands shook as I pulled up camera 4's feed. The monitor showed an empty corner, no footprints, no person. But I could still hear the camera motor whirring through the wall. My locker was in the break room. Standard metal unit, combination lock. I'd left it empty except for a spare uniform and some aspirin. Now there was a piece of paper on the shelf. A printout from one of the security cameras. The image showed the northeast corner. Date stamp, tomorrow, 1:13 a.m. A figure stood by the shelving units, looking up at camera 4. The image was grainy, but I recognized my uniform, my posture. But the face was wrong, blurred, distorted. I locked the photo in my locker, finished my shift, went home, didn't sleep, came back the next night determined to understand what was happening. 1:12 a.m., camera 4 was still. I pulled the photo from my locker, compared it to the live feed. Empty corner on both. The camera motor started whirring. 1:13 a.m. The camera turned. I walked to the northeast corner, following my footprints from the night before. They were still there, fresh as ever. The camera tracked my movement. I stood where the figure in the photo stood, looked up at camera 4. The red recording light blinked faster now. My radio crackled again, more static. Then my own voice, but wrong somehow. "Look behind you." I didn't turn around. My legs wouldn't move. The camera motor whirred louder. The static on the radio built to a high-pitched whine. The air felt thick, heavy with electricity. Something moved on the shelving unit. A new piece of paper appearing between one blink and the next. A security camera printout. I grabbed it with shaking hands. The image showed me, standing exactly where I was, holding a piece of paper. Date stamp, 5 minutes ago. But I'd just picked up the paper. The timestamp had to be wrong. My radio sparked. The static cleared. My distorted voice spoke again. Check the recording. I forced myself to walk back to the security office. Camera 4's feed still showed an empty corner. I rewound the footage to 1:13 a.m. There I was, walking into frame. But something was wrong. The footage showed me entering a door that didn't exist, wearing a uniform that looked decades old. The footage kept playing. I watched myself walk paths I hadn't taken, check locks on doors that weren't there, speak into a radio I wasn't holding. The timestamp stayed fixed at 1:13 a.m., while minutes of activity played out. My actual radio crackled. Looking at the footage, I saw myself raise the radio to my mouth. The voice that came through was mine, but the words weren't. You've been watching for so long. Don't you recognize yourself yet? I switched off the monitor. The radio went silent. Camera 4's motor stopped. The northeast corner went dark. When I checked my locker again, it was full of photos. Hundreds of them. Security camera printouts showing me in places I'd never been, doing things I'd never done. All time-stamped 1:13 a.m., all showing the same blurred, distorted face. I quit that night, left my uniform, my radio, my keys. But I kept one photo, the last one. It shows the security office, empty chair in front of the monitors. Camera 4's feed clear on the screen, showing a figure in the northeast corner. The figure is wearing my uniform. The face is clear in this one. It's me, exactly as I am now, looking at a photo in my hands. The timestamp reads 1:13 a.m. tomorrow. I don't work security anymore. Don't watch cameras. Don't carry a radio. But every night at 1:13 a.m., my phone camera turns on by itself. The screen shows the corner of whatever room I'm in, empty at first. Then footprints appear in dust that wasn't there before. A figure walks into frame wearing a guard's uniform, looks directly into the lens, raises a radio to its mouth. I've stopped trying to record it, stopped trying to show others. The recordings always come out blank, but the photos keep appearing in my locker at the gym, in my mailbox, under my door. Always time-stamped 1:13 a.m., always showing me in places I haven't been yet, always with that blurred, distorted face that looks more like mine every day. The last photo arrived this morning. It shows me writing this account. The timestamp reads 1:13 a.m. tonight. In the image, I'm looking up at something just out of frame. My face isn't blurred anymore, but it's not quite my face either. And there's a security camera in the corner of my room that I know wasn't there when I started writing. It's 1:12 a.m. now. I can hear a motor whirring. The call came in at 11:42 p.m. Dispatch reported screams from an abandoned house on Old Mill Road. I was 2 minutes away when they radioed, just a routine check. We got calls like this all the time. Teenagers messing around, homeless people arguing, maybe a domestic dispute spilling over into a vacant property. Nothing I hadn't handled 100 times before. The fog rolled in while I was driving. Thick stuff. My cruiser's headlights barely cut through it. Old Mill Road wasn't maintained anymore. Hadn't been since the paper mill shut down 15 years ago. The pavement had cracked. Weeds pushed through the gaps. I found the house at 11:47 p.m., 2 stories, Victorian style, paint peeling off the wooden siding. Most of the windows were broken. The front door hung crooked on its hinges. My spotlight showed no cars in the overgrown driveway, no fresh tire tracks. I radioed dispatch. Unit 17 on scene, starting property check. Static answered me. I checked the radio. The power light was on, but the channel display was blank. Dead zone, maybe. It happened out here sometimes. The screams started again as I stepped out of the cruiser. High-pitched, coming from inside the house. A woman's voice, or maybe a teenage girl. I drew my flashlight and weapon. Standard procedure for entering an unsecured building. The porch steps creaked under my boots. Old wood, rotting. The front door swung open at my touch. The hinges screamed. The sound echoed through the empty house, drowning out the screams for a moment. My flashlight beam showed an empty foyer. Wooden floor covered in debris. Stairs leading up to the second floor. Doorways to other rooms on both sides. The screams were louder now. They came from upstairs. I cleared the ground floor first. Standard search pattern. Kitchen stripped down to the studs. Living room empty except for a broken chair. Dining room bare. No signs of recent occupation. No footprints in the dust except mine. Then I heard the sirens. Distant at first, then closer. But my radio was still dead. I hadn't called for backup. I looked out a window. The fog had gotten thicker. I couldn't see my cruiser anymore, but no flashing lights cut through the white. The sirens got louder. They sounded wrong. The pitch was off. The rhythm wasn't right, like someone playing a recording at the wrong speed. They seemed to come from all directions at once. The screams upstairs had stopped. The silence felt heavy. I started up the stairs, testing each step before putting my full weight down. The wood groaned but held. 4 rooms upstairs, all doors closed. The sirens were deafening now, but still no lights visible through the windows. No sound of engines. Just that wrong, warped siren sound filling the air. I opened the first door. Empty bedroom. Wallpaper hanging in strips. Second door, bathroom with a broken toilet. Third door. Another bedroom, smaller. Nothing. The last door was different, newer than the others. The paint wasn't peeling. The brass doorknob shone like it had been recently polished. The sirens reached a fever pitch as I turned the handle. The room behind the door was wrong. The walls were covered in photographs, hundreds of them, black and white images of people I didn't recognize, except I did recognize them. They were all wearing police uniforms, different styles, different eras, but all standing in this same room, looking at these same walls. I stepped closer to the nearest photo. The officer in it was looking at a photo on the wall. In that photo, another officer looked at another photo. Each image contained another image, going deeper and deeper. Something moved behind me. I spun around, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. For a split second I saw someone. They wore an old-style police uniform, maybe from the 1950s. But their face, it was my face. Then they were gone. The sirens stopped. Complete silence fell. My flashlight flickered, went out. The darkness felt solid. I fumbled for my backup light, clicked it on. A new photo had appeared on the wall. It showed me, standing in this room, looking at the photos. The timestamp in the corner read 11:52 p.m., 5 minutes from now. In the photo, I was turning toward the door, gun raised, expression terrified. My radio crackled to life. A voice came through, my voice but distorted. Shots fired at 412 Old Mill Road. Officer needs assistance. Multiple casualties reported. All units respond. The message repeated, again and again. But the timestamp was wrong. It said the call came in 15 years ago, the night the paper mill closed. I heard footsteps in the hallway, multiple sets, heavy boots on wooden floors. Flashlight beams swept under the door. The sirens started again, closer than ever, but still no lights, still no engines. The door handle turned. I raised my weapon, just like in the photo. The door swung open. They filed into the room. 6 officers, all wearing uniforms from different decades, all with my face, all holding guns pointed at me. Their faces were wrong, stretched, distorted, like bad photocopies of photocopies. The last one spoke with my voice. Unit 17 responding to shots fired. Officer down. Suspect armed and dangerous. Use of lethal force authorized. They raised their weapons. I saw my finger tighten on the trigger. Saw their fingers tighten on their triggers. Saw it happen in every photo on the walls. An infinite recursion of this moment. The shots wouldn't come for another 3 minutes. I knew because I could see it in the photos. Could see myself lying on the floor while they stood over me. Could see myself standing over myself. Could see it happen again and again in every photo, stretching back to the night the mill closed. The sirens reached an impossible pitch. The fog pressed against the windows. My radio screamed with a dozen versions of my voice, all reporting shots fired, officer down, suspect armed and dangerous. The timestamp spanned 15 years of reports, all from this room, all from this night. I had 3 minutes left. 3 minutes to understand why my doubles were here, why they wore uniforms from every decade since the mill closed, why they all had my face but not quite right. 3 minutes to understand why the original call had come in, who had screamed, why the fog had rolled in so thick. 2 minutes now. They hadn't moved, just stood there with my face, my uniform, my gun, waiting for the moment they would fire, waiting for the moment I would become them, join them in the photos on the wall, become another echo of this night that never ended. 1 minute. The fog seeped under the door, thick and white. The sirens built to a crescendo. The radio static formed words in my voice, telling the story of what was about to happen, what had already happened, what would always happen in this room. 30 seconds. I saw movement in the photos, saw myself raise my gun, saw them raise their guns, saw the muzzle flashes before they happened, saw myself fall before I fell, saw myself stand over my own body before I stood. 10 seconds. The fog filled the room. The sirens peaked. The radio screamed with my voice from 15 years of nights just like this one. 5 seconds. I saw myself in every photo, shooting, falling, standing, becoming them, becoming me, over and over and over. 3, 2, 1. The shots came right on time, just like in the photos, just like they always had, just like they always would. The fog rolls in thick tonight on Old Mill Road. A call comes in at 11:42 p.m. Dispatch reports screams from an abandoned house. Unit 17 responds. The officer steps out of their cruiser at 11:47 p.m. The sirens start up, wrong and warped. In a room upstairs, the photos wait on the walls. In each one, an officer raises their gun. In each one, the shots come right on time. The fog will roll in again tomorrow night. The call will come again. Unit 17 will respond again. The photos will multiply. The sirens will wail. And in that room, I will raise my gun again, become them again, start it all again. The timestamps don't lie. 15 years of the same night, 15 years of the same shots, 15 years of becoming myself over and over in that room full of photos. The fog is rolling in. A call is coming. Unit 17 will respond. The sirens are starting up. It's 11:42 p.m. The ride request came in at 2:17 a.m. Standard pickup from downtown. 3 years of driving nights for the app, and I'd done hundreds of these late-night pickups. But something was different about this one. The passenger's name was listed as unknown, no profile picture, no rating. just a pickup location and a note. Will provide destination during ride. The app shouldn't have allowed that. Every ride needed a destination. But there it was on my screen. I almost declined it, should have declined it, but it had been a slow night and surge pricing was in effect. The fare estimate showed $47. Good money for what looked like a short ride. I pulled up to the address at 2:23 a.m., empty street, no one waiting. I double-checked the location, definitely the right spot. As I reached for my phone to cancel the ride, someone tapped on the passenger window. I jumped, hadn't seen anyone approach. Couldn't see them clearly now either, just a dark shape outside the car. The door opened, cold air rushed in. The back seat creaked as someone sat down. The door closed. I turned around to greet the passenger. The back seat was empty. My hands started shaking on the wheel. I checked the rear-view mirror. Nothing. But the seat was definitely compressed, like someone was sitting there. The leather creaked again as the weight shifted. "Where to?" I asked. My voice cracked. No answer. Just more creaking from the back seat. The air felt heavy, thick. My phone screen flickered. The destination field filled itself in. My home address. I hadn't entered that in the app, hadn't told anyone where I lived, but there it was, spelled out exactly, 1247 Pine Grove Avenue, apartment 3B. "How did you—" I started to ask. The screen went black. When it lit up again, all the text was gone except the address. The fare estimate now showed $247. The back seat creaked again. In the rearview mirror, I saw the seatbelt move, click into place, tighten against nothing. I put the car in drive. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold the wheel. The street lights seemed dimmer than before. The few other cars on the road looked wrong somehow. Too dark, too quiet. At the first red light, I tried to cancel the ride. The app wouldn't respond. Then my phone died completely. Not low battery, just dead. The screen wouldn't even light up. The invisible passenger shifted again. The leather squeaked. Something touched the back of my seat. Light pressure, like someone leaning forward. "Look in your pocket," a voice whispered. It sounded like my voice, but wrong, distorted, like a bad recording played backwards. I reached into my jacket pocket with trembling fingers, found a folded piece of paper that hadn't been there before, pulled it out under the red light. It was a receipt from the ride-sharing app, for a ride that hadn't happened yet. Today's date, but the completion time was listed as 3:47 a.m., more than an hour from now. The pickup location was correct. The drop-off was my address. The driver's name was mine. The passenger's name was mine too. The light turned green. I drove. What else could I do? The receipt in my pocket felt hot, like it was burning through the paper. The back seat kept creaking. The air got thicker with each block. I tried the radio to break the silence. Static. Every station. But under the white noise, I heard something. My voice again, giving directions. "Turn left here, right at the next light. Straight for 3 blocks. The directions were wrong. They weren't taking me home. Each turn led away from my apartment, deeper into empty streets I didn't recognize. But I followed them. The invisible passenger's weight shifted every time I turned, like they knew the route by heart. At 2:47 a.m., I saw another car for the first time in 20 minutes. A dark sedan, same model as mine. It paced me for 3 blocks. In the rearview mirror, its back seat looked empty, but the seat was compressed, just like mine. The sedan turned off. Others replaced it. All the same model. All with empty back seats that weren't empty. They never got too close, never fell too far behind. A convoy of ghost cars through dead streets. My GPS was dead with my phone, but I knew we were going in circles. The same buildings kept appearing, but slightly different each time. Older, more decayed. The streetlights grew dimmer with each pass. At 3:17 a.m., the voice from the back seat spoke again, my voice but clearer now. Almost time. Check your other pocket. Another receipt waited in my left pocket. Same ride, same names. Completion time now showed 4:17 a.m. The fare had increased to 2,147. The other cars moved closer. A dozen identical sedans, all with invisible passengers in their back seats, all driving in perfect sync, all following an endless loop through streets that felt less real with each circuit. One more pocket, my voice said from the back seat. The last one. I reached into my back pocket. A third receipt, same ride. Completion time, 5:17 a.m. Fare, 24,427. And at the bottom, a note in my handwriting. The loop never ends. The passengers never leave. The ride never stops. The air was so thick now I could barely breathe. The other cars pressed closer. In their driver's seats, I saw myself. Different versions, different ages, different levels of decay. All driving the same loop, all with invisible passengers who spoke with their voices. Time to pick up the next one, my voice said from the back seat. The car turned on its own, heading back downtown. We pulled up to the pickup location at 3:47 a.m. Someone waited on the corner. They looked exactly like me, phone in hand, tired eyes checking the app. The invisible passenger's weight lifted from my back seat. My doppelganger opened the door, sat down, disappeared. The seat compressed. The voice that was mine but wasn't spoke from the empty space. Where to? I checked the app. It was working again. A new ride request. Passenger name, unknown. No profile picture, no rating. Pickup location, right here. Time, 2:17 a.m. Tomorrow night. The receipt in my back pocket burned. I pulled it out. The completion time now showed 6:17 a.m. The fare had another 0. The note at the bottom had changed. The loop never ends. The passengers never leave. You never leave. The ride goes on forever. Around me, the other cars idled. Other versions of me sat behind their wheels, receipt papers burning in their pockets, invisible passengers shifting in their back seats. All waiting for 2:17 a.m. to come again. All trapped in the loop that never ends. I drive now. Always drive. The passengers come and go, versions of me that disappear into nothing, leaving only compressed seats and whispered directions in my voice. The receipts appear in my pockets, each one showing a later time, a higher fare, a longer loop. The other cars follow. Their drivers wear my face, hear my voice, find burning papers in their pockets. We circle through streets that grow older, dimmer, less real. We pick up passengers who look like us, sound like us, vanish like we will. It's 2:16 a.m. A new ride request is coming. Another version of me waits on the corner. The loop continues. The passengers never leave. The ride never ends. Check your pockets. You'll find the receipts. Listen for your voice in the static. Watch for the empty seat that isn't empty. The ride continues. The loop never ends. 2:17 a.m. Time to drive. The noises started on a Tuesday night. Dragging sounds from the apartment above mine. Slow, heavy scrapes across the ceiling. I'd lived in the Parkview building for 6 months. Never heard a sound from upstairs before. I called the building manager the next morning. Carlos checked his records while I waited on the phone. Apartment 4B has been empty since the building opened, he said. Nobody's ever lived there. I asked about maintenance workers, repair crews, anyone who might have accessed the space. Carlos was clear. No one had been up there, ever. The apartment was sealed, had been for the 40 years since the building was constructed. The scraping started again that night, 3:17 a.m. exactly. I lay in bed, watching the ceiling. The sound moved from the living room to directly above my bedroom. Slow, deliberate dragging, like someone moving heavy furniture, or something heavier. Sleep wasn't possible with that noise. I got dressed, grabbed a flashlight. The fourth-floor hallway was dark. One of the fluorescent lights had burned out. 4B's door looked different from the others. The paint was older, cracked. No peephole, no doorbell. I pressed my ear against the wood. The dragging sound was louder here, clearer, not furniture. Something wet being pulled across bare floors. And under that, a softer sound, like breathing, but wrong, too slow, too deep. My hand shook as I tried the knob, locked, obviously. I stepped back, ready to return to my apartment. That's when I saw the water, black liquid seeping under the door. It reached my shoes before I could move. Not water, too thick, too dark. It stained the carpet where it touched, left marks like burned scars in the fabric. I ran downstairs, pounded on Carlos's door. He answered in his pajamas, irritated until he saw my face. We went back up together. The liquid was gone. The carpet was clean. No stains, no marks, no sign anything had leaked. Carlos unlocked 4B with his master key. Empty room, bare concrete floors, no furniture, no water damage, just empty space and a layer of undisturbed dust. "See?" Carlos said. "Nobody up here. Nothing to worry about." But as we stood in the doorway, I saw something in the dust. Footprints, leading from the middle of the room to the door, but only in one direction. No prints going in. Carlos didn't see them, insisted the apartment was fine. Locked up and left me standing in the hallway. The fluorescent light flickered back on as he disappeared down the stairs. That night the noises changed, not just dragging now. Footsteps, heavy ones, pacing back and forth. Objects being moved. A constant wet sound like something dripping. I pressed a glass against the ceiling, tried to hear better. The footsteps stopped directly above the glass. The dripping got louder. The black liquid began seeping through the ceiling, one thick drop at a time. It hit the glass with a hiss, burned through the bottom like acid. I dropped it before the liquid could reach my hands. The glass shattered. The drops kept coming, burning tiny holes in my carpet. I ran out of the apartment, spent the night in my car. When I returned in the morning, the holes were gone. The carpet was pristine. The glass was unbroken on my shelf. But things in my apartment had moved, slightly. Pictures hung crooked. Books turned backward on shelves. Kitchen chairs rearranged. All the clocks stopped at 3:17 a.m. The building's floor plans were public record. I checked them during my lunch break. According to the original drawings, there was no 4B. The space above my apartment showed as mechanical storage. No windows, no door, no access. I confronted Carlos with the plans. He stared at them for a long time. His hands trembled as he pointed to the fourth-floor diagram. "This isn't right," he said. "That door has always been there, always been apartment 4B, always been empty." The footsteps started earlier that night, 2:47 a.m., heavier than before, angry. The black liquid seeped through my ceiling in a dozen places, burned holes in my furniture. The dripping sound filled the apartment. I took videos on my phone, called Carlos, called the police. The videos showed nothing, just my empty apartment. Carlos didn't answer. The police said they'd send someone. 3:16 a.m. The footsteps stopped. All the liquid disappeared. The holes in my furniture vanished. Complete silence filled the building. 3:17 a.m. A scraping sound from the living room. Not from above this time, from the ceiling itself. Long wooden fingers pushed through the plaster, clawed at the air. The ceiling bulged downward like wet paper. I ran, made it halfway to the door before the ceiling ripped open. Black liquid poured through the gap, Not drops now, a torrent. It splashed against the floor, burning through the carpet to the concrete beneath. Something followed the liquid. A body, long, twisted, too many limbs, all wrong angles. It hit the floor with a wet sound, unfolded itself, stood up. It wore my face. Not quite right. Stretched, distorted, like a reflection in black water. It smiled with too many teeth. "Your apartment," it said in my voice, "has always been empty." I ran into the hallway, slammed the door, pressed my back against it. Inside, something heavy dragged across the floor. Footsteps approached the door. Stopped. Black liquid seeped under the door. Burned my shoes. The doorknob turned. I ran down the stairs, out of the building, spent the night in my car again. When the sun rose, I forced myself to go back. My apartment was empty, completely empty. No furniture, no pictures, no books, just bare concrete floors and a layer of dust, undisturbed except for footprints, leading to the door, but not away. Carlos found me standing in the doorway. He looked confused. "Sir, can I help you?" "This is my apartment," I said. 3B. I've lived here 6 months. He checked his records on his phone, shook his head. 3B has been empty since the building opened, he said. Nobody's ever lived there. I showed him my lease, my driver's license with the address, my phone photos of the apartment furnished, lived in. He stared at blank papers, an ID with no address, an empty photo gallery. "Sir," he said carefully, "I'm going to have to ask you to leave." I went up to the 4th floor. 4B's door was gone, smooth wall where it had been. No sign a door had ever existed. Back on the 3rd floor, I pressed my ear against 3B's door, heard dragging sounds, footsteps, dripping, my voice, speaking words I couldn't make out. That was yesterday. I'm in a hotel now, called the building's management company. They have no record of Carlos, no record of me. According to them, the Parkview building has been abandoned for 40 years. But I can still hear the noises, even here, dragging sounds in the ceiling, footsteps getting closer, black liquid seeping through the walls. It's 3:16 a.m. The ceiling is bulging. Long wooden fingers are pushing through the plaster. Something with my face is about to drop into the room. I expect it will tell me this hotel room has always been empty, and soon it will be right. The old map wasn't supposed to lead anywhere. The rail line it showed had been abandoned for 60 years, just a forgotten branch line, overgrown and rusted. But I found something on those tracks, something that shouldn't have been there, something I can't explain. I'd spent months researching abandoned rail lines, just a hobby, documenting forgotten pieces of history. The map came from a retired railroad worker's estate sale. Hand-drawn on yellowed paper, it showed a 3-mile spur line that didn't appear in any official records. The coordinates led to dense woods 30 miles outside town. I parked my car at an old logging road and hiked in, carrying my camera and the map. The morning was cold. My breath fogged in front of me. I found the tracks after an hour of searching. They cut through the trees in a straight line, barely visible under decades of growth. Rusted rails peeked through thick moss. Rotting wooden ties disappeared into the soil. The track bed was higher than the surrounding ground. I walked along it, checking my position against the map. According to the drawing, a wooden trestle should have crossed a ravine about a mile ahead. The air got colder as I walked. No bird sounds, no wind in the trees, just the crunch of my boots on old gravel. The silence felt heavy, like pressure in my ears. Movement caught my eye, something dark on the tracks ahead. As I got closer, I saw it was a train car, a single passenger car, sitting perfectly on the rusted rails. My hands started shaking as I approached it. The car was pristine. No rust, no damage. The dark green paint looked fresh. Gold lettering on the side read, Eastern Valley Line, Car 47. Clean windows reflected the gray sky. It was impossible. These tracks hadn't seen a train in over half a century. The rails wouldn't support the weight, but there it sat, like it had just stopped for a brief delay. Dry leaves covered the ground around the car. They spread evenly in all directions, undisturbed. No footprints, no tire tracks, no sign of how the car had gotten there. I checked my phone. No signal. The GPS map showed me in the middle of unmarked forest. I took photos of the car. The screen displayed error for each one. The passenger car door was open slightly, just enough to see inside. More leaves had blown in, covering the floor. The seats were intact. Dark red velvet, all facing forward. Brass luggage racks gleamed overhead. Personal items were scattered throughout the car. A newspaper on one seat, a hat on another, a child's toy on the floor, a suitcase in the rack, all in perfect condition, like the passengers had just stepped out for a moment. I climbed aboard. The floor creaked under my weight. The air inside was stale, thick with dust despite the car's pristine exterior. I picked up the newspaper. The date at the top read October 17th, 1962. The paper crumbled at my touch, age finally catching up to it. The hat disintegrated when I tried to lift it. The toy, a small metal train, fell apart in my hands. The suitcase opened at a touch, spilling decades-old clothes that turned to dust as they fell. But new items appeared in their places. Another newspaper, crisp and fresh. Different hat, unworn. Another toy train, paint still shiny. Another suitcase, leather uncracked by time. I heard it then. The sound of a train in motion. Wheels on rails. The rhythmic clack of steel on steel. But we weren't moving. The trees outside the windows stayed perfectly still. The sound grew louder. The car swayed slightly, though we remained motionless. Voices drifted through the stale air. Fragments of conversations, laughter, a child crying, all distant, like echoes from decades ago. I moved toward the rear door. The sounds followed. Footsteps in the aisle behind me. Seats creaking as invisible passengers sat down. The rustle of newspapers being opened. The click of luggage being stored overhead. The door at the far end opened. Cold air rushed in. Through the doorway, I saw another car, then another, and another, stretching into darkness. Each one lit from within, each one full of sounds and movements with no source. I turned back. The door I'd entered through was closed now. Beyond it, more cars stretched into the distance. I was in the middle of a train that couldn't exist. The newspaper on the nearest seat showed a new date, October 17th, 1992, 30 years after the first one. The hat had changed styles. The toy was plastic now, not metal. The suitcase was modern nylon instead of leather. Another newspaper appeared beside it, October 17th, 2022. The hat became a baseball cap. The toy transformed into a handheld game. The suitcase grew wheels and a telescoping handle. Each time I looked away and back, the items changed, moving forward in time. The dates kept advancing, the styles kept shifting, but always the same types of items, always abandoned mid-use, like the passengers had vanished between one moment and the next. I ran for the nearest door. It opened onto empty air. The ground below was gone, just darkness in all directions. The sound of wheels on rails grew deafening. The car swayed harder. The invisible passengers grew louder, closer. I slammed the door, pressed my back against it. A newspaper landed at my feet. Today's date. My own face on the front page. A story about a hiker who disappeared while exploring abandoned train tracks. The date on the paper changed as I watched. Tomorrow, next week, next year. My story updated with each new edition. The search, the investigation, the eventual abandonment of hope. Footsteps approached down the aisle, heavy ones. The seats creaked as something sat down. Papers rustled. A hat floated up to the luggage rack on its own. I looked out the window. The trees were moving now, blurring past at impossible speed. But the car still hadn't moved. We were stationary in space while time flowed around us like water. My phone rang. Impossible with no signal, but it rang. The screen showed my own number calling. I answered. My voice came through but wrong, aged, tired. The train runs on schedule, it said. Always has. Picks up passengers, carries them forward, never back. You've bought your ticket now, paid with time. The next stop is 30 years from today. The other cars are gone now, just this one, sitting on rusted tracks in the woods. My phone shows no signal again. The newspapers have stopped appearing. The invisible passengers have gone quiet. But the train sounds continue. The car sways gently. The items around me keep changing, advancing through time while I remain still. And somewhere ahead, a station waits, 30 years away. My stop on a line that carries passengers in only one direction. I can see the track ahead through the windows, straight and endless. The rails shine like new steel despite their age. They stretch forward into darkness, carrying me minute by minute into a future I can't escape. The train runs on schedule, it always has. And I'm a passenger now, watching time flow past the windows like landscape, unable to step off, unable to turn back. Someone will find this car eventually. They'll see the fresh paint, the clean windows. They'll step aboard, curious about the newspaper with their face on the front page. And the train will add another passenger to its endless journey forward. I hear footsteps coming down the aisle again, my own from 30 years ahead. Time to find my seat. The train runs on schedule after all, and we've only just departed. The storm caught me off guard. I'd checked the weather before starting my hike. Clear skies predicted all day. But dark clouds rolled in fast, bringing cold rain and wind that cut through my light jacket. That's when I saw the cabin. It wasn't on my trail map. Just a small wooden structure tucked into a valley between two hills. Smoke rose from the chimney. Light glowed in one window, the perfect shelter from the storm. I jogged down the muddy slope toward it. Lightning flashed overhead. The thunder that followed was so loud it made my teeth rattle. The rain came down harder, soaking through my clothes. The cabin looked old but solid. Rough-cut logs stacked and sealed with mud. A tin roof, slightly rusted. One window beside the door, yellow light spilling out. No car or vehicle visible. No power lines running to the building. I knocked on the door. No answer. The wind picked up, driving the rain sideways. I knocked again, harder. Still nothing. The door handle turned easily under my hand. "Hello?" I called out as I stepped inside. Sorry to intrude, just looking for shelter from the storm. The cabin was one room. A wood stove sat in one corner, burning steadily. A small table held an oil lamp, the source of the light I'd seen. A narrow bed occupied the far wall. Everything looked clean and well-maintained, but something was wrong. The air felt thick, heavy, and there was a smell, not unpleasant, but strange, like old paper and wood smoke and something else I couldn't identify. A leather-bound book sat open on the table beside the lamp. Its pages were yellow with age. As I moved closer, I saw it was a diary. The handwriting was neat, precise. Today's date was at the top of the page. My hands started shaking as I read. A hiker has just entered the cabin, seeking shelter from the storm. Male, mid-30s, wearing a blue rain jacket and carrying a gray backpack. He is reading these words at this exact moment. I stepped back from the table. My boots squeaked on the wooden floor. The sound appeared in the diary instantly, new words writing themselves across the page. He moves away from the diary. His boots make noise on the floorboards. His hands shake as he realizes what he's seeing. The room felt colder despite the wood stove. The air grew thicker. I tried to swallow, but my throat was too dry. More words appeared. He should not leave before 7 p.m. The figure watching from the hills will find him if he does. It looks like him, but the clothes are older, worn by weather and time. I checked my phone. 5:47 p.m. No signal, but the clock still worked. Thunder boomed outside, rattling the window. New words flowed across the page. He checks the time. Not yet safe to leave. The storm will pass at 6:30, but he must wait. The other one is still looking for a way in. My legs felt weak. I sat in the chair by the table, watching words appear that described me sitting, watching them appear. The diary knew everything, every move, every thought. It wrote my story as it happened. But the warnings about 7 p.m., about the figure outside, those were different. Those were about things that hadn't happened yet. At 6:30 the storm stopped, just like the diary said it would. The sudden silence made my ears ring. The light from the window turned gray, then dim. Movement outside caught my eye. A person standing on the nearest hill, too far to see clearly, but something about their posture was familiar. They wore clothes like mine, but faded, tattered. The figure raised its hand, waved, started walking down the slope toward the cabin. New words appeared in the diary. He sees himself outside, the version that didn't wait until 7. The version that tried to leave early and got caught in something worse than the storm. Do not open the door. Do not look outside again. I forced myself to look away from the window, sat with my back to it. The diary kept writing. The other one reaches the cabin at 6:45, tries the door, walks the perimeter, waits. It remembers being inside, reading these words, remembers not waiting long enough. The cycle continues. Scratching sounds came from the walls. Slow footsteps circled the cabin. The door handle rattled. The oil lamp flickered. The fire in the stove burned lower. The air grew so thick it felt like breathing mud. At 6:55, the scratching stopped. The footsteps moved away. The diary recorded it all. The other one retreats, returns to the hills to watch, waits for the next traveler, the next version of itself. The cycle continues. I checked my phone again. 6:58 p.m. The diary's pages turned on their own, revealing new entries. Future entries. My handwriting, describing the next hour, the next day, the next week. Pages kept turning. Faster. Years of entries flashed past. Different handwriting now. Different travelers. Different versions. All finding the cabin. All reading the diary. All seeing themselves on the hills. The pages stopped turning. Today's entry faced up. New words appeared. At 7 p.m., he will be safe to leave. The other one will be gone. But he must take the diary with him. Must find somewhere new to place it. Must let the next traveler find it. The cycle continues. My phone showed 7 p.m. The air cleared instantly. The lamp burned brighter. The diary stopped writing. I picked it up with trembling hands, tucked it into my backpack, stepped outside into the gray evening. The figure was gone from the hills, but fresh footprints circled the cabin. They matched my boots exactly. They looked old, worn by rain and time. I walked back to the trail, found my car, drove home. The diary sat heavy in my pack. Tomorrow I'll place it somewhere new. Another cabin, another shelter. Let someone else find it. Let them read about themselves as it happens. Let them see their other self on the hills. The diary tells me I will, shows me where to put it, when the next person will find it. The cycle continues, and somewhere on a distant hill, a figure in worn clothes watches, waits, remembers reading these words and carrying the diary away. The cycle continues. My cycle ends. The next one begins. The night train to Portland wasn't supposed to stop between Seattle and Tacoma, but it did, 3 times, at a station that doesn't exist. I'd taken this route dozens of times for business. 2 hours and 15 minutes, no stops. The 11:30 p.m. express running straight through until morning. I knew every bend in the track, every light in the darkness. The first stop came at 12:17 a.m. A gentle slowing, then a complete halt. No announcement, no explanation. Through my window, I saw a platform lit by flickering yellow lights. No sign with the station's name, just bare concrete stretching into darkness. My phone showed no signal. The screen flickered between 12:17 and 12:18, unable to settle on a time. Outside, nothing moved. No passengers waiting. No staff visible. Just empty platform under sickly yellow light. I checked the other passengers in my car. An elderly man reading a newspaper. A woman typing on a laptop. A teenager with headphones. All sitting perfectly still. Too still, like mannequins positioned in their seats. I stood up, walked to the nearest passenger, the woman with the laptop. Her fingers hovered over the keys, frozen mid-type. Her eyes didn't blink. She didn't breathe. The laptop screen showed a blank document, cursor blinking at 12:17 a.m. The train started moving again. The passengers unfroze instantly. The woman resumed typing. The old man turned his page. The teenager bobbed his head to inaudible music. None of them seemed aware of the stop or their momentary stillness. At 12:47 a.m., it happened again. Same station, same yellow lights, same empty platform. The passengers froze in new positions. The woman's fingers stopped over different keys. The old man held his paper at a new angle. The teenager's head tilted slightly left instead of right. My phone flickered between 12:47 and 12:48. No signal. The view through every window showed the same platform, the same lights, no matter which side of the train I looked from. I walked to the door between cars, tried to open it. The handle turned, but the door wouldn't move, like something solid pressed against the other side. Through the small window, I saw another car full of frozen passengers. Their faces were wrong, blurred, indistinct, like photographs taken in motion. The train started again. The passengers reanimated. The door between cars opened easily now, but I stayed in my seat, watching them return to their endless loops of movement, typing nothing, reading the same page, listening to silence. 1:17 a.m., the third stop, yellow lights, empty platform, frozen passengers. This time I stood up before they stopped moving, walked to the exit door, pulled the emergency handle. The door opened onto the platform. Cold air rushed in. The yellow lights buzzed overhead, a sound like dying insects. My feet hit concrete that felt too soft, like walking on wet sand. No other exits were visible. The platform stretched endlessly in both directions. The air smelled wrong, old and stale, like sealed rooms and abandoned places. I looked back at the train. Through the windows, I saw myself still sitting in my seat, frozen like the others. My face was blurred, features indistinct. As I watched, my double's head turned, looked directly at me, smiled with a mouth that was just a dark smudge. I ran. The platform seemed to stretch with each step. The yellow lights flickered faster. The buzzing grew louder. Behind me I heard doors opening. Footsteps, many sets, all in perfect sync. I looked back. The passengers followed, all of them. The woman, the old man, the teenager, dozens more from other cars, all with blurred faces, all smiling those dark smudge smiles, all walking in step, arms swinging in unison. My double led them, its face clearer now, almost mine but wrong, like a reflection in dirty water. It raised an arm, pointed at me. The others raised their arms in perfect synchronization. The yellow lights strobed faster. The buzzing became a scream. The platform began to sink beneath my feet, the concrete turning to quicksand. I woke up in my seat. The train was moving. My phone showed 1:47 a.m., full signal. Through the window, familiar darkness rushed past. The other passengers were normal, typing, reading, listening to music, their faces clear and distinct. A new passenger sat across the aisle, wearing my clothes, reading my magazine, its face a blur of motion. It turned toward me, smiled with a mouth like a dark smudge, raised its arm to point. The train began to slow. Yellow lights appeared in the darkness ahead. My phone screen flickered between 1:47 and 1:48. The passengers started to freeze. We're approaching the station again. The station that doesn't exist. My double is still pointing, still smiling. The other passengers are nearly motionless now. Their faces are beginning to blur. The yellow lights get closer. The platform waits, empty and endless. My phone shows 12:17 a.m. again, then 12:47, then 1:17. Time circles back on itself like the train on endless rails. The station approaches. The passengers freeze. My double smiles. I'll step onto the platform again, run again, sink into concrete again, wake in my seat again. The cycle continues, station after station, stop after stop. And somewhere on that endless platform, under flickering yellow lights, versions of me run from smiling blurs that wear my face. Their footsteps echo in perfect sync. Their arms raise in unison. The concrete swallows them step by step. The train is slowing now. My double's smile stretches wider. The passengers turn to mannequins in their seats. My phone flickers between times that can't exist. Yellow lights appear in the darkness ahead. The station approaches. The station that doesn't exist. The station that always exists. The station where I'm still running, still sinking, still waking to start again. The train stops. The doors open. My double points. I run. The lights appeared 3 weeks ago. Small points of blue-white, blinking in sequence along the ridge behind my house. Every night at exactly 9:47 p.m., they start their pattern. 5 blinks. Pause, 3 quick flashes. Pause, 7 slow pulses. Then darkness until the next night. I live in Miller's Valley, population 342. Everyone knows everyone here. So when I mentioned the lights at the general store, I expected the usual small-town gossip. Instead, Mrs. Chen went quiet behind the counter. Old Pete stopped stocking shelves. They both stared at me like I'd said something wrong. "Must be kids with flashlights," Mrs. Chen said finally. Her hands shook as she rang up my groceries. Nothing to worry about. But that night, I watched through my kitchen window as other people came out of their houses. They stood in their yards, looking up at the ridge. When the lights started their pattern, everyone went back inside. No one spoke. No one waved to their neighbors. Just walked straight in and locked their doors. I called the sheriff the next morning. The line rang 17 times before someone answered. Not Sheriff Hayes, a woman I'd never heard before. She listened to my report about the lights, said they'd look into it, then asked my name and address 3 times, repeating it back exactly the same way each time. That night, the pattern changed. 5 blinks, pause, 3 flashes, pause, 8 pulses instead of 7, and one of the lights was closer, down the slope of the ridge, like it had moved toward the valley. I took pictures with my phone. The images showed nothing but darkness. I tried video. The screen stayed black even though I could see the lights clearly with my eyes. Even my phone's clock seemed wrong, stuck at 9:47 p.m. despite the sequence taking over 10 minutes to complete. More lights moved down the ridge each night. The pattern kept changing. 9 pulses, then 10. The final sequence getting longer while the first part stayed the same. 5 blinks, 3 flashes, growing numbers of steady pulses moving closer to town. I went to the town hall to check old records, looking for anything about lights on the ridge. The clerk watched me the whole time, taking notes on a pad she thought I couldn't see. My name, my address, the files I requested. In the basement archives, I found a folder from 1947. Inside was a single sheet of paper, a police report about lights on the ridge, 5 blinks, 3 flashes, 7 pulses. The report ended mid-sentence, the rest of the page torn away. When I asked the clerk about it, she said the file didn't exist, showed me the folder, now empty, but I saw her hand the missing paper to someone as I left. Someone wearing my jacket, my boots. They turned away before I saw their face. That night, 15 pulses in the final sequence. The closest lights were at the edge of town now. My neighbors stood in their yards again, watching. Their faces looked wrong in the blue-white glare. Too still, too similar to each other. I drove to the ridge the next morning. The road ended halfway up, no trails beyond that. But I found boot prints in the mud, my size, my tread pattern, leading up toward where the lights appeared, and down again. Hundreds of overlapping prints, no prints showing anyone walking away. The general store was closed when I got back to town. Sign in the window said, "Gone to check the lights." Mrs. Chen's car was in the lot, but when I looked through the window, I saw myself behind the counter, stocking shelves, turning away whenever I tried to see the face. Sheriff's office next, empty front desk, radio squawking with static and broken transmissions, numbers repeating 5, 3, 16, my name, my address, the sound of boots on linoleum behind me, my boots, my walking pattern. I ran before I saw what wore my face. The pattern reached 20 pulses that night. The lights lined Main Street now. Everyone in town stood in the blue-white glow, all facing the ridge, all wearing my clothes, all turning away when I looked at their faces. I found boot prints on my front porch the next morning, leading to my door, leading away, my size, my pattern. But I hadn't gone outside. The prints were wet, though it hadn't rained. Mrs. Chen called me to the store, said she had information about the lights. I went, found myself working the register, found myself stocking shelves, found myself watching from the window. None of them would look at me directly. The town hall clerk had information too, but she was me now, checking files, making notes, standing by the archives, all wearing my face but wrong, like a photo slightly out of focus. 25 pulses that night. The lights reached the center of town. My neighbors were me now, standing in their yards, my clothes, my posture, my face almost but not quite right. I barricaded myself inside, covered the windows, but at 9:47 p.m., the lights shone through every crack. 5 blinks, 3 flashes, 26 pulses, blue-white glare filling the house. Boot prints appeared on my floor, wet ones, leading from empty air, leading to empty air. The sound of my walk coming from every room. Radio static saying my name, my address, numbers that grew with each repetition. I ran, took my car west out of the valley, made it 5 miles before the engine died. The dashboard clock read 9:47 p.m. Through the windshield, I saw lights on the ridge ahead. 5 blinks, 3 flashes, 27 pulses. Turned around. Lights on that ridge too. Same pattern. Tried north. More lights. South. The pattern waiting. Every direction led to ridges with lights. Every valley held a town where I waited for myself. I'm in Miller's Valley now. A different one. The same one. All of them. The lights show 30 pulses tonight. They line every street. Stand in every yard. I watch from my window as I walk down Main Street. As I stock shelves at the general store. As I check files in town hall. As I stand in every yard watching the ridge. The pattern grows longer each night. The lights move closer. My faces turn away. My boots leave prints that lead nowhere. My voice reads numbers on static-filled radio bands. Tomorrow night, another pulse will join the sequence. Another light will move down the ridge. Another version of me will turn away when I look at its face. The lights keep coming. The pattern keeps growing. And somewhere on every ridge, in every valley, I'm waiting for myself to arrive, to take my place, to join the pattern, to become another light that blinks and flashes and pulses in sequence. 5 blinks, 3 flashes, endless pulses, and footprints that never lead away. The first thing I noticed wrong was the oak tree. It shouldn't have been there. I've walked this trail for 23 years, and that massive oak had always been on my left. Now it stood on my right, its branches reaching over the path like fingers. I'm Jim Holbrook, and I've been a lumberjack in these woods since I was 18. I know every tree, every bend in the trail, every dip in the ground, or at least I thought I did. That day started like any other. I shouldered my gear at 5 a.m., grabbed my lunch pail, and headed out while the morning fog still clung to the ground. The temperature was 42 degrees. A light drizzle fell. My boots made soft, squishing sounds in the mud as I walked. Nothing seemed off for the first mile. Then I saw that oak, and my stomach tightened. I stopped walking. The woods were quiet. Too quiet. No birds, no squirrels. Just the soft patter of rain on leaves. I turned around slowly, studying the path behind me. The mud showed my boot prints clearly, but something wasn't right about them. There was an extra set of prints, slightly behind mine. They appeared about 10 feet back, as if someone had started following me. They matched my boots exactly, same size, same pattern, same depth in the mud. My heart started pounding. Sweat broke out on my forehead despite the cold. I looked around, scanning the trees. Nothing moved. No one was there. But those prints hadn't been there when I walked past. I took 3 steps forward. The mud squished under my feet. 1 second later, I heard 3 more squishing sounds behind me. Exact same rhythm, exact same sound, like an echo, but with footsteps. My hands started shaking. I gripped my axe tighter. The wooden handle felt slick with sweat. I spun around fast. The trail stretched empty behind me. But now there were 3 new boot prints in the mud, matching mine perfectly. I started walking faster. My breath came in short gasps. Squish, squish, squish went my boots in the mud. 1 second later, squish, squish, squish. The echo of footsteps followed me, perfectly matching my pace. A branch cracked somewhere to my left. I jerked my head toward the sound. Nothing there. But while I was looking, something carved a mark in the bark of a nearby pine tree. I heard the scraping sound and spun back just in time to see fresh marks appear, as if made by invisible claws. My legs felt weak. My chest hurt from breathing too fast. I started jogging. The echo of footsteps kept pace. I ran faster. The footsteps behind me sped up too, always 1 second behind, always perfectly matching my rhythm. More marks appeared on the trees as I ran past. Deep gouges in the bark, appearing from nowhere. Some looked like letters, but I couldn't read them, didn't want to slow down to try. The sound of scraping bark followed me, along with those echoing footsteps. I didn't recognize anything anymore. The trail twisted in ways it never had before. Trees stood in places where I knew there shouldn't be trees. Bushes and rocks had moved. It was my trail, but wrong. Like someone had taken all the pieces and put them back together in the wrong order. The fog grew thicker. My legs burned from running. Sweat soaked my shirt despite the cold. The echo of footsteps stayed with me. Scraping sounds surrounded me as more marks appeared on trees. The marks were definitely letters now. They spelled words I couldn't quite read, didn't want to read. I saw a clearing ahead through the fog. It looked like the exit to the trail, where it meets the logging road. I ran faster. My lungs felt like they would burst. The echo of footsteps grew louder behind me, closer, still matching my pace exactly. 20 feet from the clearing, I tripped on a root, fell hard. My axe flew from my hand. My knee slammed into a rock. Pain shot up my leg. I scrambled to my feet, leaving my axe behind. The echo of my fall rang out 1 second later, the thud of a body hitting the ground when I was already standing. I limped toward the clearing as fast as I could. The fog thinned. I saw my truck parked where I'd left it, 10 feet away, 5 feet. I reached for my keys with shaking hands. That's when I heard it. One last footstep behind me, but I wasn't moving anymore. I froze. The keys slipped from my fingers. They hit the ground with a soft clink. 1 second later, I heard another clink, as if another set of keys had fallen. But I hadn't moved to pick mine up yet. My whole body trembled. I could feel something standing right behind me. The air felt colder, heavy, wrong. I wanted to run, to scream, to fight, but I couldn't move. Slowly, so slowly, I turned around. The trail was empty. No footprints in the mud besides mine. No marks on the trees. Nothing. But as I stood there, I heard the sound of keys being picked up behind me. The echo of an action I hadn't taken yet. I grabbed my keys and ran to my truck. My hands shook so bad I could barely get the key in the lock. Behind me, I heard the echo of a door opening, of an engine starting. But my truck was still off, the door still closed. I jumped in, slammed the door, started the engine. Gravel sprayed as I accelerated onto the logging road. In my rearview mirror, I saw nothing following, just empty road and fog-shrouded trees. But I heard it, the echo of my engine, 1 second behind me, the sound of tires on gravel, following me all the way home. I called in sick the next day, and the next. When I finally went back to work a week later, I took a different trail. But sometimes, walking in the woods, I still hear it, the echo of footsteps behind me, 1 second behind, matching my pace exactly. The marks are still there too, carved into random trees. I've tried to read them, but the letters shift and change when I look directly at them. And sometimes, when I'm alone on the trail, I catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, like someone walking beside me, just out of sight, matching my pace exactly, always 1 second behind. I've been a lumberjack for 23 years. I thought I knew these woods, thought I knew every tree, every trail, every sound. I was wrong. There's something else out here now, something that follows, something that echoes, something that waits that 1 second before copying your every move. I still work these woods, still walk the trails. I have to make a living, but I never walk the same trail twice anymore. Never look too hard at the marks on the trees. And I've learned to live with the echoes, the footsteps that follow mine, the sounds that mirror my movements 1 second later. Because sometimes Late at night when I'm lying in bed, I hear them, echoes of movements I haven't made yet, and I wonder, am I still following the echo, or is the echo now leading me? The police found my axe a week later, right where I dropped it. But when they picked it up, they said they heard the sound of metal hitting ground 1 second later. They didn't go back to that trail again. Neither did I. The marks are spreading to other trails now. More trees show those shifting, unreadable letters every day. And other loggers have started hearing things, echoes of their own movements, footsteps following 1 second behind. Sometimes I think about that oak tree, the one that was on the wrong side of the trail. I wonder if it was the first sign, the first piece that got moved around, like someone rearranging a puzzle. I wonder what else has been moved, what else is different now. The fog comes more often these days, thick and heavy, hiding the trails. And in that fog, sometimes I see shapes, brief glimpses of something moving, always at the edge of vision, always 1 second behind. I've started carrying a camera, tried to record the echoes, but the recordings come out silent. The photos show empty trails. The marks on the trees don't show up on film. It's like whatever's out there only wants to be heard and seen by the person it's following. Last week, a new logger quit after his first day. Said he kept hearing himself walking behind himself. Said he saw his own shadow moving when he was standing still. Said he found marks carved into trees that spelled out his name, but the letters disappeared when he tried to show someone else. The company brought in experts, scientists. They set up equipment on the trails, microphones, cameras, motion sensors. Everything came back normal. No unexplained sounds, no extra footsteps, no movement where there shouldn't be movement. But we know what we hear, what we see, what follows us through these woods. I'm writing this down because people need to know, need to understand what's happening in these woods. The trails are changing, moving, rearranging themselves like pieces of a puzzle. And something is following us, echoing us, always 1 second behind. Maybe someone reading this has seen the same things, heard the same sounds. Maybe they've found marks on trees that they can't quite read. Maybe they've heard their own footsteps following behind them. If you have, then you know. You know about the echo, the one that follows, the one that copies, the one that's always there, just 1 second behind, always waiting, always watching, always following. Just remember, if you're walking in the woods and you hear your own footsteps behind you, don't turn around. Don't try to look, because whatever's making those sounds, whatever's following 1 second behind, it's getting closer. And someday, that 1 second gap might just disappear entirely. I still do my job, still work these woods, but now I always walk with my back to the trees, always keep moving, never stay in one place too long, because I know it's still out there, still following, still echoing, 1 second behind, always 1 second behind, for now. The first knock came at 2:47 a.m. I checked the time because I always check the time when something seems off on a night drive. I've been driving trucks for 15 years. Night routes are my specialty. You learn to notice everything when you're alone on dark highways. I was heading north on Route 16, hauling an empty container. Empty according to my paperwork anyway. The knock was soft. 3 quick taps, like someone rapping their knuckles against metal. I might not have heard it if the radio wasn't broken. I gripped the steering wheel tighter. My knuckles turned white. The truck's headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating empty fields on both sides of the highway. No other cars in sight. Just me and whatever was making that sound in my supposedly empty container. Another knock, louder this time, 5 quick taps. They came from the right side of the container, about halfway back. I glanced at my side mirror. The container was dark against the night sky. Nothing moving, nothing visible. My mouth went dry. Sweat formed on my forehead despite the AC running full blast. I knew that container was empty. I'd watched them seal it myself, did all the proper checks. Nobody could have gotten in. The knocks came again, a different pattern now, slower, more deliberate, like someone trying to communicate. My hands started shaking on the wheel. I pressed the accelerator harder, pushing the speed up to 75. The GPS showed a rest stop 3 miles ahead. I needed to check, had to know what was making those sounds, but a voice in my head screamed that opening that container would be the biggest mistake of my life. More knocks, rapid now, urgent, moving along the length of the container front to back, like something was pacing inside. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my throat. I saw the rest stop sign ahead, no other vehicles in the parking lot. Just empty spaces and dark buildings. The knock came again as I pulled in, strong enough to make the whole container vibrate. I parked under the only working light. Yellow sodium glow cast weird shadows across the pavement. The knocking stopped. Complete silence except for my engine idling. My hands shook as I grabbed my flashlight from the glove compartment. Heavy metal mag light. Good for seeing. Good for hitting things if needed. I climbed down from the cab, legs weak and wobbly. The container loomed above me, 18 feet high, 40 feet long. Cold metal walls reflecting the yellow parking lot light. No sounds now, no movement, just that massive box full of nothing, or something. I walked slowly around the truck. Gravel crunched under my boots. Each step echoed in the empty lot. The container's padlock was still secure, seal unbroken, no signs of tampering. My flashlight beam played across the container's surface, standard corrugated metal, no dents, no holes, no way anything could have gotten in. But as I moved the light, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Condensation, tiny beads of moisture on the metal, like something inside was breathing, living, waiting. A knock came from directly in front of me. 3 sharp raps against the metal wall. My flashlight jerked up. The beam illuminated nothing but blank steel. My whole body trembled. I felt the urge to run, to jump in the cab and drive away. Leave this thing, whatever it was, behind me. But I had to know. I reached for the container's handle with shaking hands. The metal felt ice cold against my skin. I hesitated, key hovering near the lock. Another knock, right next to my head. The metal vibrated under my hand. I jerked back, stumbled, nearly fell. My flashlight beam danced wildly across the container's surface. For a split second, I thought I saw something move inside. A shadow darker than the surrounding darkness. But that was impossible. The walls were solid steel. More knocks now, all along the container, like multiple sets of hands pounding from the inside. The whole truck shook with the impacts. I ran, sprinted for the cab, dropped my keys twice before getting the door open. The knocking followed me, louder, faster, more insistent. The engine roared to life. I slammed the truck into gear. Gravel sprayed as I accelerated out of the rest stop. In my mirrors, the container looked normal again, silent, still. But I knew better now. Something was in there, something that shouldn't be possible. The knocking started again 5 miles down the highway. Softer now, almost playful, like whatever was in there knew I was trapped with it until we reached our destination. I turned on every light in the cab, cranked the heat up despite the sweat soaking my shirt. Anything to fight the cold that had settled into my bones. The GPS showed 4 hours until delivery. 4 hours alone with whatever was riding in my container. The knocks continued, different patterns, different rhythms, sometimes stopping for long minutes, making me think it was over, then starting again just when I began to relax. I saw movement in my mirror, something shifting inside the container, shadows moving against shadows, impossible shapes pressing against the metal walls. 3 hours to go. The knocks turned to scratches, long, slow scrapes of something hard against metal. The sound set my teeth on edge, made my skin crawl. 2 hours left. The scratching stopped. Complete silence fell. Somehow that was worse. My eyes darted constantly to the mirrors, expecting to see something, anything. 1 hour to destination. The first handprint appeared. I saw it form in my mirror, a dark smudge against the metal, like someone has pressed their palm against the inside wall. More prints followed, dozens of them, appearing and disappearing as I watched. The shipping yard's lights came into view at 5:52 a.m. My shirt was soaked with sweat. My hands ached from gripping the wheel. The container had been silent for the last 20 minutes. I backed into the loading dock. Standard procedure. Everything normal except my shaking hands and pounding heart. The yard worker approached with his clipboard. Routine delivery. Just another container to unload. He started unlocking the container doors. I wanted to stop him, to warn him. But what would I say? That I heard knocks from an empty container? That I saw impossible handprints on solid metal? The doors swung open. Yellow yard lights illuminated the interior. Empty space, clean floor, bare walls. But the handprints were there, hundreds of them, covering every surface, clear marks in the dust and grime that coated the interior. Small prints, large prints, some that didn't look human at all. The yard worker saw them too. His clipboard clattered to the ground. We both stood there, staring at the impossible evidence of something that couldn't exist. I quit that job the next day, left trucking entirely, found work that keeps me in sunlight, around other people. But sometimes, late at night, I hear it. 3 soft knocks, like something still following me, still trying to get my attention. The company investigated, of course, found nothing wrong with the container, no structural damage, no signs of entry. The handprints disappeared before they could document them. Just another unexplained incident filed away and forgotten. But I remember. I remember every knock, every scratch, every handprint that appeared in my mirrors. And I know something rode with me that night, something that shouldn't have been possible. The container was scrapped 2 weeks later. Routine replacement, they said. But I heard rumors, stories about more knocks, more handprints, about workers refusing to go near it. Sometimes I drive past that shipping yard late at night, the containers gone, melted down and recycled. But in the darkness between the yard lights, I see things moving, shadows shifting against shadows. And if I listen carefully, I hear it. 3 soft knocks, like something trying to get out, or maybe trying to get in. I don't drive trucks anymore, don't haul containers, but every time I see an 18-wheeler on the highway at night, I wonder if the driver is hearing those knocks, seeing those handprints, living through their own night of impossible cargo. Because I know what happened to me, know what I heard and saw, and somewhere out there, in the darkness between cities, those knocks are still echoing, still trying to tell us something, still trying to get our attention. I just hope nobody answers. The lights on the 4th floor shouldn't have been on. I stared at my security monitor. watching the fluorescent bulbs flicker in room 407. That entire floor had been closed for renovations for 3 months. The power was shut off. I had checked it myself at the start of my shift. I'm Mike Reeves, night watchman at the Blackwood building. 12 stories of offices, most of them empty now. The building's old, built in 1932. I've worked here for 6 years, always the night shift. 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. Nothing much happens usually. Just me and my monitors, watching empty hallways. That night started normal. I did my first walkthrough at 11:30. All floors clear, all doors locked. I checked the construction barriers on the 4th floor twice, even jiggled the handles. Everything secure. The lights came on at 2:17 a.m. I remember checking my watch when I saw the flicker on my monitor. Just one set at first, in room 407. Then room 408, then 409, like someone walking through hitting switches. My hands felt cold on the desk. Sweat formed on my forehead. I watched the monitors, switching between cameras. No movement, no shadows, just lights turning on, one room at a time. I grabbed my flashlight and radio. Standard issue mag light, heavy enough to use as a weapon if needed. The radio crackled with static. I called into Central Dispatch. Base, this is Mike at Blackwood. Got some irregular activity on 4th floor. Going to check it out. Static answered. Then a voice, barely audible. Copy. Be careful. The elevator felt colder than usual. Numbers lit up as I passed each floor. 1, 2, 3. The car stopped at 4 with a soft ding. Doors opened onto darkness. The hallway stretched ahead, construction barriers visible in my flashlight beam. The barriers were intact. Plastic sheeting still sealed the entrance, but light spilled around the edges, casting weird shadows. My boots crunched on dust and debris as I pulled the sheeting aside. Room 407's door stood open. It had been locked earlier. I was sure of it. My flashlight beam showed empty office space, bare walls, exposed wiring, construction equipment covered in dust sheets. The overhead lights hummed. Fluorescent tubes cast harsh light across the empty room. The light switch was in the off position. I flipped it up and down. Nothing changed. The light stayed on. My radio crackled. Static burst through the speaker, making me jump. Through the noise, I thought I heard footsteps, but when I turned around, the hallway was empty. Room 408 next door was the same. Lights on, switch off, empty space filled with shadows. My flashlight caught movement in the corner, just a sheet shifting in the air from the ventilation system. Had to be. More static from my radio. Words buried in the noise. Behind, look, behind. I spun around. Nothing there, but something moved on my desk downstairs. I saw it on the security monitor mounted on the wall, a coffee cup sliding across the surface, a pen rolling, papers shuffling. My heart pounded. Blood rushed in my ears. I watched the monitor as objects on my desk moved, like someone was standing there, going through my things, but the chair stayed empty. The lights in room 409 clicked on, then 410, then 411, the whole floor lighting up, room by room. No one hitting switches, no one walking through, just lights coming on in sequence. My radio screamed static. The sound echoed down the empty hallway. Through the noise, a voice. Clearer now. In the monitor. Look in the monitor. I stared at the wall-mounted screen. The view of my desk showed more movement. Drawers opening, papers flying. Then a shape formed in my chair. A dark figure, barely visible. It turned toward the camera. My legs went weak. The figure in the monitor was me, but I was 4 floors up watching the screen. The other me sat at my desk, looking directly into the camera. Then it smiled. I ran, sprinted for the elevator, punched the lobby button repeatedly. The doors closed too slowly. Each floor passed like hours. 4, 3, 2, 1. The lobby was dark. Emergency lights cast red glow across the marble floor. I ran to my desk, empty chair, scattered papers, open drawers, everything exactly as I'd seen on the monitor. My hands shook as I checked the security feeds. Fourth-floor cameras showed dark hallways. All lights off, no movement, like nothing had happened. But something had changed. Small things, wrong things. My coffee cup was on the wrong side of the desk. My keys hung on a different hook. The time on my computer showed 2:17 a.m. It had been 3:45 when I went upstairs. Movement caught my eye. A figure on one of the monitors, standing in a fourth-floor hallway. My figure, looking directly into the camera, smiling. I watched as it walked through the building, floor by floor, camera by camera, getting closer, always looking at the camera, always smiling. My face, my uniform, but wrong. The lobby camera showed the elevator arriving, doors opening on empty space, but footsteps echoed across the marble floor, getting closer. My radio burst static. Look behind you. I didn't want to turn around, didn't want to see, but my body moved on its own, slowly, inevitably, until I faced the dark lobby. Nothing there, just shadows and red emergency lights. But in my monitor, I saw it. The figure standing behind me, wearing my face, smiling. I quit that night, left my keys on the desk, walked out into the dark, never went back. The company called, asked questions, wanted reports. I told them to check the security footage. They did. Found nothing. No lights, no movement, no figure walking the halls, just static and empty rooms. But they replaced me anyway. Nobody lasts long on night shift at Blackwood now. Sometimes I drive past the building late at night, look up at the fourth floor. The renovation work never finished. Those rooms stay dark, except sometimes, around 2:17 a.m., lights flicker on, floor by floor, room by room. And if you watch the windows carefully, you might see something. A figure moving through the building, checking monitors, making rounds, wearing my face, always smiling. The new guards don't last more than a month. They all report the same things. Lights turning on by themselves, objects moving on desks, figures in monitors that shouldn't be there. And sometimes, late at night, their radios crackle with static. Through the noise, a voice. Look behind you. They never do. They've learned better. Learned what happens when you look, when you see yourself standing there, smiling. I don't work security anymore, don't watch monitors or empty halls. But sometimes, catching my reflection in a window or mirror, I see something wrong. A smile that isn't mine, a movement that doesn't match. And I wonder about that other me, the one still walking those halls, still making rounds, still smiling into cameras, still waiting for someone to look behind them. The company installed new security systems, better cameras, motion sensors, everything automated, but guards still quit, still report strange things, because technology can't stop what walks those halls at night, can't stop what smiles from monitors with borrowed faces. I've told this story before, to police, to investigators, to therapists. None of them believe me. They check records, review footage, find nothing. But I know what I saw, know what still walks those halls, wearing my face, making rounds, smiling into cameras, waiting for someone else to look behind them at 2:17 a.m. Some nights I dream about it, about walking those halls again, checking monitors, making rounds. But in the dreams, I'm the one in the camera, the one smiling, the one waiting. And I wake up wondering which me is real, the one who ran, or the one who stayed, the one still walking those halls, wearing my face, smiling into cameras, still telling others to look behind them. The dispatch call came at 11:42 p.m. A noise complaint at 1247 Elm Street. I'd driven past that address 100 times on patrol. There hadn't been a house there for at least 20 years. Just an empty lot with foundation stones poking through tall grass. I'm Officer Sarah Chen, Portland PD, 8 years on the force. Night shift isn't usually my rotation, but we were short-staffed. The radio crackled with static as dispatch repeated the address. Something about the static made my skin crawl. Dispatch, can you confirm that address? 1247 Elm is a vacant lot. More static. Then a voice, distorted but clear enough. Caller reports loud noises, possible break-in. Please respond. I turned my cruiser onto Elm Street. The streetlights cast yellow pools on wet pavement. Recent rain made everything shine. My headlights swept across empty lots and old houses. Then I saw it. 1247 Elm, but not empty anymore. A house stood there, Victorian style. 2 stories. White paint peeling from wooden siding. Porch with broken railings. Dark windows staring like dead eyes. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. Sweat formed on my palms despite the cool air. That house couldn't be there. I'd driven past this lot yesterday. Nothing but weeds and concrete chunks. I parked at the curb. Called in my arrival. Static answered, then silence. The radio's green display flickered and died. My flashlight beam played across the house's face. Paint hadn't just peeled. It had rotted, hanging in gray sheets. The porch steps sagged. A broken window on the second floor gaped like an open mouth. The front door stood slightly open. My hand rested on my gun as I approached the porch. Wood creaked under my boots. The sound echoed too loudly in the quiet street. "Police! Anyone here?" Whispers answered from inside. Multiple voices, too quiet to understand. They stopped when I reached the door. My heart pounded as I pushed the door wider. Hinges screamed. The sound bounced off walls, came back wrong, like laughter. The flashlight beam showed an empty entrance hall. Wallpaper hung in moldy strips. Dust covered the wooden floor, except for fresh footprints. They led deeper into the house, then vanished mid-step. More whispers drifted from upstairs, words just below understanding. My name might have been among them. "Police! Come out with your hands visible!" The whispers grew louder, closer, coming from empty rooms around me. The beam of my flashlight dimmed, like something was drinking the light. I drew my gun. The metal felt cold against my palm. My breath fogged in air that shouldn't have been that cold. The staircase to my right led into darkness. Whispers floated down, formed words. "Officer Chen, help us, please." I started up the stairs. Each step groaned under my weight. Halfway up, I noticed something wrong with the walls. They weren't where they should be. The staircase stretched longer than the house's exterior could contain. My radio crackled. Through static, I heard dispatch. "Officer Chen, be advised. No house at that address. Get out." The whispers drowned out the radio. Louder now. Dozens of voices calling my name, begging for help, screaming in languages I didn't know. I reached the top of the stairs. The hallway stretched into darkness. Doors lined both sides, more than possible in a house this size. All closed except one at the far end. My flashlight beam wouldn't reach that far. The darkness seemed to swallow it. But I saw movement in the open doorway, a shadow against deeper shadows. "Show yourself, hands where I can see them." The shadow moved, stepped forward, took shape. A figure in a police uniform, my face. It smiled. I ran, turned and sprinted down the stairs, but they weren't stairs anymore. The steps twisted, changed direction, led sideways, up, down, impossible angles that hurt my eyes. The whispers followed, laughing now, my own voice among them. I found a door, slammed through it, entered a room I'd just left. Another door, another room, the same room, again and again. My flashlight died, darkness pressed in, cold air wrapped around me like wet cloth. The whispers grew deafening. A hand touched my shoulder, ice cold. I spun, gun raised, empty air. A door appeared in the wall, hadn't been there before. Moonlight spilled through its window. I ran for it, grabbed the handle. It turned. I fell onto wet grass. The night air felt warm after the house's cold. I scrambled to my feet, turned around. Empty lot. Foundation stones, tall weeds swaying in the breeze. My radio crackled. Dispatch's voice came through clear. "Officer Chen, respond." "Here," I gasped. 10:23, no house, no suspicious activity. I drove back to the station, wrote my report, left out most of it. Who'd believe me? But my cruiser was covered in decades of dust. My boots left gray prints on the station floor, and in my pocket I found a piece of rotted wallpaper. It crumbled when I touched it. The next day, I checked records, found something. In 1973, a house stood at 1247 Elm, burned down with 6 people inside, including a police officer responding to a noise complaint. The officer's name was Sarah Chen. I drove past that lot again today, still empty. But sometimes, passing at night, I see lights in windows that shouldn't exist. Hear whispers calling my name from 50 years ago. The department transferred me to day shift. I didn't argue, but I know that house is still there, still waiting. Every night at 11:42, dispatch gets a call from 1247 Elm. They send someone else now. They always come back changed, quiet, like they've seen something they can't unsee. They've started requesting transfers. Day shift only. Won't drive down Elm Street at night. I understand why. Because sometimes, late at night, my phone rings. The number shows as 1247. If I listen carefully, I hear whispers, my own voice among them, calling for help. The house appeared in other places after that night, different addresses, different cities, but always the same inside, always those whispers, that darkness, those impossible rooms, always my other self smiling in the shadows. The dust from my cruiser went to the lab. Results came back impossible. Dust particles dated to 1973, mixed with ash, human ash. I still have the piece of wallpaper. Keep it in a box in my desk. Sometimes late at night, I hear whispers coming from that box. My voice, calling my name, calling me home, to a house that doesn't exist, to rooms that shouldn't be, to doors that lead nowhere and everywhere, to windows that watch with dead eyes, waiting for another officer to answer a call that should never be answered. I've started looking different in photographs, older somehow, but not like normal aging, like something's wearing away at me, like I'm fading, like I'm becoming one of those whispers. Sometimes I wonder if I ever really left that house, if the Sarah Chen driving patrol cars in daylight is the same one who walked up those twisted stairs, or if part of me is still there, still walking those impossible halls, still answering that call, still whispering my own name in the dark. The ride request came at 3:17 a.m., standard pickup on Maple Drive. I'd been driving for Uber for 3 years, mostly night shifts. The quiet hours brought better surge pricing and less traffic, usually just drunk college kids or early airport runs. My name's David Torres. That night changed everything I thought I knew about driving strangers around in the dark. The GPS led me to a dead-end street. Old houses loomed on both sides, most of their windows dark. A single street light flickered at the corner. The pin showed the passenger waiting right where the pavement ended. A figure stood in the shadows, male, medium height, wearing dark clothes. He didn't move as I pulled up, didn't check his phone like most passengers do. The back door opened. Cold air rushed in. The man slid into the seat without a word. In my rearview mirror, I caught a glimpse of pale skin, dark eyes. He stared straight ahead. "Going to 1542 Oak Street?" I asked, checking the app. He nodded. Still didn't speak. Water dripped from his clothes onto my back seat, but it hadn't rained in days. I started driving. The heater was on full blast, but the temperature kept dropping. My breath fogged in the air. The man in the back hadn't moved, hadn't blinked. Streetlights passed overhead in rhythm. Flash, dark, flash, dark. In the gaps between lights, his reflection in my mirror changed, became something else, something wrong. My hands shook on the steering wheel. Sweat froze on my forehead. The GPS showed 15 minutes to the destination. Each minute felt like an hour. He started humming, a low, monotone sound that made my teeth hurt. I turned on the radio to drown it out. Static burst through the speakers. Through the noise I heard words. My name. Over and over. The humming grew louder. My mirrors started vibrating. The temperature dropped lower. Ice crystals formed on the windows. I checked the mirror again. The man's face had changed. Skin too pale, eyes too dark, mouth too wide. He smiled at me. Teeth gleamed like broken glass. My phone died. The GPS screen went black, but I could still hear the voice giving directions. Turn left, turn right. My name between each instruction. Streets I knew disappeared. Roads twisted in ways they shouldn't. Every turn led to darker streets, emptier neighborhoods. The man kept humming, kept smiling. Water pooled on my back seat. Not water. Something darker. It dripped onto the floor, left stains that moved when I wasn't looking directly at them. 10 minutes had passed, or maybe an hour. My watch had stopped. The car's clock showed 3:17 a.m. Still 3:17, would always be 3:17. "Almost there," the man said. First words he'd spoken. His voice sounded wrong, like multiple voices layered together, none of them human. The GPS voice changed, became my voice, telling me to turn down streets that shouldn't exist, leading me deeper into darkness. I saw my destination ahead, not 1542 Oak Street, my house, my own address glowing on the dead GPS screen. "Stop here," the man said. I pulled over. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. My chest hurt from breathing too fast. The man didn't move. In my mirror, his face shifted, became my face, but wrong, twisted, smiling with too many teeth. "Thanks for the ride," he said with my voice. "I'll take it from here." He got out. Water cascaded from his clothes, black water that moved against gravity, crawled across the pavement like living things. I watched him walk to my front door, saw lights flip on inside, saw movement through the windows, my wife, my kids, still awake at this impossible hour. The door opened. The man turned, smiled at me with my own face, waved with a hand that dripped black water. I slammed the car into reverse. Tires screamed on wet pavement. I drove blind, fast, desperate to get away. When I looked back, my house had vanished. Normal streets surrounded me, regular houses, real darkness. My phone came back to life. 4:45 a.m., GPS showing my current location miles from where I'd been. The back seat was dry, no stains, no water, but the app showed my last ride. Pickup 3:17 a.m. Passenger name, David Torres. I drove to my real house. Found everything normal, family asleep, no wet footprints, no signs of any visitor. But something had changed. Small things at first. My wife said I seemed different. Kids said I felt cold when I hugged them. I caught glimpses in mirrors. My reflection moving wrong, smiling when I wasn't. Water dripping from clothes that were dry. The ride requests kept coming. Always at 3:17 a.m., Always my name as the passenger, always leading to my house that wasn't my house. I deleted the app, sold the car, moved us to a new city. But every night at 3:17, my phone lights up. A ride request. My name. My face in the back seat of someone else's car, smiling, waiting, dripping black water that crawls against gravity. I don't drive anymore. Don't look in mirrors after midnight. Don't answer my phone at 3:17 a.m. But sometimes, passing a parked car at night, I see myself in the back seat, smiling with too many teeth, humming that sound that makes reality crack, waiting for another driver to accept the ride. The other drivers noticed too, started sharing stories online, passengers who dripped water, GPS systems leading to impossible places, reflections that moved wrong, always picked up at 3:17 a.m., always using stolen names, stolen faces. I check my phone sometimes, look at that last ride's details. The payment cleared, 5 stars, a comment in my own handwriting. Thanks for the ride, see you at home. My wife says I sleepwalk now, stand at windows at 3:17 a.m., smile at passing cars. She says my skin feels cold, says my voice sounds wrong. I've started locking myself in at night, covering mirrors, turning off phones. But I know it doesn't matter, because somewhere out there, a driver is picking up a passenger at 3:17 a.m. A man with my face, my name, heading home, to me. I first noticed the lights in the abandoned house while doing dishes. My kitchen window faces Maple Street, and that house had been empty for at least a decade. No one even knew who owned it anymore. But at 11:42 p.m. on a Tuesday night, warm yellow light spilled from its windows. I'm Rachel Martinez. I've lived in this neighborhood for 15 years. That house has been empty the entire time. Boards covered the windows. Weeds choked the yard. Local kids told stories about it being haunted, but I'd never seen anything strange. Until that night, I dropped the plate I was washing. It shattered in the sink. The light from the house looked wrong, too yellow, too warm. It pulsed slightly, like a heartbeat. My hands gripped the edge of the sink. Cold water ran over my fingers. The house shouldn't have power, couldn't have power. The utility company had disconnected it years ago. I grabbed my phone to take a picture. The screen showed only darkness where the house should be, but I could see the light with my own eyes, growing brighter. The porch steps were different, no longer broken and rotting. They looked new, clean. The front door had changed too. Fresh paint, brass knocker gleaming. My breath fogged the kitchen window. The temperature had dropped 20 degrees in minutes. Ice crystals formed at the corners of the glass. Movement caught my eye. A shadow passed behind one of the lit windows, then another and another, like people walking through rooms that shouldn't exist. My phone rang. Unknown number. I answered without thinking. Hello? My own voice came through the speaker, but wrong, cold. Rachel, we're waiting for you. I dropped the phone. It clattered on the floor. The screen cracked, but I could still hear my voice coming from it, calling my name. The lights in the house grew brighter. Shadows kept moving. More of them now, all shaped like me. Someone knocked on my front door. 3 sharp raps. The sound echoed through my house, wrong echoes, too many of them, coming from all directions. I didn't move, couldn't move. My legs felt frozen. My breath came in short gasps. Another knock. Then my voice from the other side of the door. Rachel, let us in. Us, not me, us. I ran to my bedroom, locked the door. The temperature kept dropping. Ice formed on the windows. My breath came out in white clouds. My phone rang again. The cracked screen showed my own number calling. I let it ring. The voicemail notification pinged. My voice multiplied. "We're coming in, Rachel. We're already inside." Footsteps echoed through my house, multiple sets, all moving with the same rhythm, all coming toward my bedroom. I looked out my window. The abandoned house blazed with light now. Every window filled with my face watching, waiting, smiling. The doorknob to my bedroom turned. Ice spread across it. The lock froze solid. The door opened. I stood there, but not me. Another me, smiling with too many teeth, eyes reflecting yellow light that shouldn't exist. "Time to go home," it said with my voice. I ran, shoved past it, through my house that didn't feel like my house anymore. Walls covered in ice, air so cold it hurt to breathe. More me's stood in every room, all smiling, all wrong. Their feet didn't quite touch the ground. I made it to the front door, threw it open, ran into the street. The abandoned house loomed ahead, front door wide open, yellow light pouring out like liquid gold. My voices called from behind, "You can't run from us, Rachel. We are you, all of you." I ran anyway, down the street, past dark houses, no lights except that horrible yellow glow behind me. My phone rang in my pocket, my voice singing my name, over and over. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs shook, until I couldn't run anymore. When I finally stopped, I was lost. Streets I'd known my whole life had changed. Houses looked wrong. Trees grew in impossible shapes. I turned around. The abandoned house stood directly behind me. No matter how far I'd run, it was still there, still glowing, still waiting. My other selves stood on the porch, dozens of them, all smiling, all calling my name in that wrong voice. The front door stood open. Yellow light spilled out, warm, inviting, wrong. "Welcome home," they said in unison. I woke up in my own bed the next morning. Everything normal. No ice, no yellow light, no other mez. But something had changed. Small things at first. My reflection moved wrong in mirrors, smiled when I didn't, watched me when I turned away. The abandoned house looked normal during the day. Boards still covered the windows. Weeds still choked the yard. But every night at 11:42, the lights come on, yellow and warm and wrong, and I see myself in every window, watching, waiting, smiling. My voice calls on the phone, knocks at the door, whispers my name in empty rooms. I tried to leave town, drove for hours, but every road led back to that house. Every path ended at that glowing door. The other me's are patient. They know I'll come eventually. Know I'll answer when they call. Know I'll open the door when they knock. Because they're me, all of me, every version that ever was or will be, waiting in that house without windows. That house that's always there, no matter how far I run. That house that glows with wrong yellow light at 11:42 every night, calling me home. I've stopped running, stopped trying to leave. The other me's were right. You can't run from yourself. They're getting closer now, moving into my house, replacing things bit by bit. Pictures change when I'm not looking. Furniture shifts. Walls pulse with that wrong yellow light. Sometimes I catch glimpses of them in mirrors, in windows, in puddles on rainy days, all wearing my face, all smiling that wrong smile, all waiting for me to join them. The house calls louder each night. That yellow light grows stronger. The other me's watch from every window, every reflection. Soon I'll answer when they knock, open the door when they call, walk into that wrong yellow light, go home, to the house without windows, the house that's always there, the house where all of me waits, smiling. Sa tourist information cabin shouldn't have been there. I've hiked these trails for 12 years, and that spot had always been empty. Just trees and underbrush. But now a small wooden structure stood there, weathered boards gray with age, a crooked sign reading "Information" hanging over the door. I'm Tom Reeves, park ranger at Pine Ridge State Forest. That day started normal. Regular patrol of the East Trails, checking markers, looking for lost hikers. The cabin appeared during my lunch break. I checked my GPS coordinates. The cabin stood at a point that should have been empty forest. My GPS screen flickered, numbers changing randomly. Then it died completely. The door creaked open at my touch. Cold air rushed out. The interior was a single room, dust coating every surface. A rack of maps hung on the far wall. One map sat on the wooden counter, perfectly clean despite the dust everywhere else. My hand shook as I picked up the map. The paper felt wrong, too cold, too smooth. The trail markings looked correct at first glance, but as I watched, they began to move. Lines shifted like snakes, trails rearranged themselves, names changed. New paths appeared and disappeared. My fingers went numb where they touched the paper. I dropped the map. It hit the counter with a sound too loud for paper. The noise echoed wrong in the small space. When I looked at the map again, my name appeared in red ink at a point deep in the forest. As I watched, an X drew itself over it. My radio crackled. Static burst through the speaker. Through the noise, I heard whispers. My name. Over and over. I backed out of the cabin, slammed the door. The map had somehow folded itself and slipped into my pocket. The forest looked different. Trees stood in wrong places, trails bent at impossible angles. My phone's compass spun wildly. I tried to retrace my steps. The path twisted, changed direction. Every turn led deeper into the forest. The map grew colder in my pocket. The radio kept whispering my name. The static formed words, follow, follow, follow. I pulled out the map. More marks had appeared, red lines tracking a path. My name moving across the paper, leaving a trail of X's. The temperature dropped. My breath fogged in the air. Trees creaked around me, branches moving without wind. I followed the map, had to follow. My feet moved on their own. The paper grew colder. Frost spread from where my fingers touched it. The forest changed with each step. Trees merged and split. Paths appeared and vanished. The sky darkened though it was mid-afternoon. My radio died. The whispers continued without it, coming from the trees, from the ground, from the map. The red line led to a clearing that shouldn't exist, a perfect circle of dead grass. My name waited at its center, the X pulsing like a heartbeat. I stepped into the clearing. The map grew so cold it burned. More lines appeared, forming patterns, symbols, words in languages that hurt my eyes. The trees around the clearing changed. Bark peeled away, revealing faces. My face. Hundreds of versions, all watching, all smiling. A hole opened in the ground at the center of the clearing, perfectly round, bottomless. The map pulled toward it like being sucked in. I fought against the pull. My boots skidded on dead grass. The map dragged me forward. Its surface rippled like water. The faces in the trees laughed. My laugh multiplied hundreds of times. The sound echoed wrong, came back, changed. I fell. The map wrapped around me like living thing. Cold seeped into my bones. The hole rushed up to meet me. Darkness swallowed me. I fell through space that wasn't space, through time that wasn't time. I woke up on my couch at home. The map lay folded on my coffee table. Normal paper, normal ink. But something had changed. Small things at first. Streets I'd known for years led to different places. Buildings stood where they hadn't before. People I'd never met knew my name. The map followed me. Every time I threw it away, it reappeared. Always folded, always cold, always showing new paths, new marks, new destinations. My name kept moving across its surface, leading me places, showing me things that couldn't exist. I tried burning it. The flames froze solid. Tried shredding it. The pieces melted together overnight. Tried burying it. The ground rejected it, pushed it back up like a corpse rising. The cabin appeared in other places, different forests, different parks, always with that crooked sign, always with more maps waiting. Other rangers found maps too, started seeing things, following paths that led nowhere and everywhere, their names moving across cold paper, leaving trails of X's. Some disappeared. Their names stayed on the maps, moving endlessly through impossible places, their laughter echoes in forests that shouldn't exist. I still have my map, still follow the paths it shows me, still see my name moving across its surface, leading me deeper into places that aren't places. The cabin waits in every forest now, that crooked sign hanging over doors that open onto darkness, maps that move and change and guide us to destinations we can't understand. Sometimes I see the others, rangers lost in forests that don't exist, following their own maps, their own names, their own endless paths. We nod when we pass each other. Don't speak, just follow our maps through impossible places. The faces watch from the trees, my face, their faces, all of us lost in forests that move and change. All of us following maps that lead nowhere and everywhere. All of us leaving trails of X's across cold paper that whispers our names in voices we used to recognize. I tried to warn people, showed them my map, but it looks normal to them, just paper and ink. They can't see the moving lines, the changing names, the paths that lead to impossible places. So I follow my map, watch my name move across its surface, walk paths that shouldn't exist through forests that can't exist. And somewhere, in a cabin that appears where it shouldn't, more maps wait. More names move across cold paper. More paths lead to places we can't understand. All of us following, all of us lost. All of us leaving trails of X's through forests that move and change and watch with our own faces. The map grows colder in my pocket. A new path appears. A new destination waits. Time to walk another impossible trail. Time to follow another changing path. Time to find what waits at the end of this endless journey through forests that shouldn't exist. My name moves across the paper. The X pulses like a heartbeat. The trees watch with my face. The whispers call my name, and I follow. I always follow. Through forests that move and change and lead nowhere and everywhere. Following a map that knows where I am before I do. Following paths that end where they begin. Following my name through impossible places. Always following, never arriving. Just walking endless trails marked with X's that pulse like hearts beating in the dark. Storm hit at 3:17 a.m. Lightning cracked overhead as I ran for the old train station. Rain pounded against my jacket. The building loomed ahead, its windows dark except for one dim security light inside. I'm Jack Morgan. Just a guy who took a wrong turn on a back road and got caught in the worst storm I'd seen in years. The station had been closed for decades, but any shelter looked good in that weather. The front door was locked. Thunder boomed so loud it shook the ground. I found a side entrance, handle turning easily despite the rust. The door creaked open. Stale air hit my face. Dust coated every surface. My flashlight beam showed rows of empty wooden benches. Torn schedules yellowed on the walls. The security light buzzed overhead, barely pushing back the darkness. Then I heard it, a soft whirring sound, steady, rhythmic, coming from the ceiling. I pointed my flashlight up. A ceiling fan spun slowly. No power, no lights, no electricity in the whole building. But that fan kept turning, one rotation every 3 seconds. Perfect rhythm, never slowing. My flashlight showed no wires, no batteries, no source of power. The temperature dropped. My wet clothes suddenly felt like ice against my skin. Each breath came out as white fog. The fan's shadow rotated across the floor. Wrong shadows, too many of them, moving in directions that didn't match the fan's motion. Then I heard the whispers. They came with each rotation, soft at first, words just below understanding, foreign languages mixed with English, multiple voices speaking together. My hands shook as I pointed the flashlight at the fan again. The beam dimmed, like something was drinking the light. The whispers grew louder. I could make out words now. My name, details about my life, secrets I'd never told anyone. The fan spun faster, 2 rotations per second. The shadows multiplied, covered the walls, took shapes that hurt my eyes. My radio crackled in my pocket. I hadn't turned it on. Static burst through the speaker, then voices, the same whispers coming from the fan. "Jack, we've been waiting, so long waiting." The security light died. Complete darkness except for my failing flashlight. The fan spun faster. The whispers became a chorus. I tried to run. The door had vanished. Smooth wall where it should have been. My flashlight showed only endless rows of benches stretching into darkness. The fan's wind grew stronger. Cold air swirled around me. The whispers rose to screams. Thousands of voices calling my name. My flashlight died. The fan spun so fast it hummed. Shadows moved in the darkness, touched my skin with cold fingers. The voices spoke in unison now. "Your turn, Jack. Your turn to ride." A train whistle pierced the night. Impossible. The tracks were dead. Had been dead for years. But I heard it. Getting closer. The building shook. The fan screamed with thousands of voices. Light appeared in the darkness. Train lights. Coming from inside the station. Tracks that didn't exist carried a train that couldn't exist. The fan stopped. Complete silence fell. Then one whisper, right beside my ear. "All aboard." I ran, slammed into walls that shouldn't be there, tripped over benches that multiplied in the dark. The train whistle screamed closer. The fan started spinning again. Backwards now, drawing everything toward it like a vortex. Papers flew. Dust swirled. The cold intensified until it burned. The train burst through the station wall, solid metal and screaming wheels. But wrong. The cars were full of faces, my face, thousands of versions of me pressed against windows that glowed with blue light. The fan's whispers reached a crescendo. The train's brakes squealed. A door opened in front of me. A conductor stood there, wearing my face, smiling with too many teeth. "Your ticket, please," it said with my voice. I ran again. Found a door that hadn't been there before. Burst out into the storm. The station had changed, grew larger, older. Tracks appeared from nowhere, vanishing into darkness. I ran through the rain. Lightning showed impossible things. Trains moving through the air. Tracks twisted in geometric patterns that hurt my brain. When I finally reached my car, hours had passed, but my watch still showed 3:17 a.m. The storm cleared by morning. I drove back to the station, found nothing but ruins, no fan, no tracks, no signs of anything I'd seen. But something had changed, small things at first. The sound of trains wakes me at night, whistles that come from nowhere and everywhere. Ceiling fans spin in rooms with no power. Each rotation brings whispers, my name, my secrets, my futures and pasts. I see trains that can't exist, moving through solid buildings, running on tracks that twist through the air. The conductor finds me in crowds, wearing my face, always smiling, always holding a ticket with my name. Sometimes I hear the fan from that night, spinning in empty rooms, whispering with thousands of voices, calling my name, telling my secrets, showing me things that can't exist. The station appears in other places now, different cities, different times, always with that fan spinning, always with those tracks leading nowhere and everywhere. Others have seen it too, tell similar stories, different stations, different fans, different voices, but always the same conductor, always wearing their face, always holding their ticket, always smiling with too many teeth. I don't go near train stations anymore, don't look at tracks or trains or ceiling fans, but I hear them, the whispers, the whistles, the screech of brakes on tracks that don't exist. And sometimes, late at night, I see the conductor, standing under spinning fans, holding my ticket, waiting. The fan from that night follows me, shows up in hotel rooms, office buildings, my own home, always spinning without power, always whispering secrets, always showing me trains that run on impossible tracks. I've learned to live with it, learned to ignore the whispers, the whistles, the sight of my own face smiling from train windows. But sometimes at 3:17 a.m. I hear that fan spinning, feel cold air on my skin, listen to voices telling my secrets, and I know someday I'll take that ride, board that train with its cargo of other me's, follow those twisted tracks to places that shouldn't exist. The fan spins, the whispers grow louder, the conductor waits with my ticket. Time to ride. The cabin appeared between one cast and the next. I'd been fishing Crater Lake for 20 years, knew every cove and inlet. That spot had always been empty shoreline. But as I reeled in my line, a wooden structure stood there. Dark logs against darker trees, smoke rising from a stone chimney. I'm Bill Henderson, professional fishing guide in summer, solo fisherman in winter. The lake had been my sanctuary for 2 decades, until that day. I checked my GPS. The cabin sat at coordinates that should have been open water. The screen flickered, numbers changing randomly, then went black. The temperature dropped. My breath fogged in air that had been warm minutes ago. The lake's surface went glass smooth. No wind, no waves, no sound except my heart pounding. Lights flicked on inside the cabin. Warm yellow glow spilled from windows that hadn't been there moments before. Laughter drifted across the water, multiple voices, all sounding like mine. My hands shook on the fishing rod, sweat froze on my forehead. The cabin shouldn't exist, couldn't exist. Building permits weren't allowed on this side of the lake. More laughter echoed, closer now, like the cabin had drifted nearer without moving. The lights grew brighter, shadows moved behind the windows, human shapes, all moving wrong. I started the boat's motor. Nothing happened. Tried again. Dead silence. The battery was new, checked that morning. The lake grew colder. Ice crystals formed on the surface. In August, my fishing line had frozen solid. The laughter came again, right beside the boat now, but the cabin still stood at the shoreline, hundreds of yards away. I looked over the side. My face stared back, but not my reflection. Something else wearing my face, smiling with too many teeth. It waved. Water rippled away from its motion, moving against the current. More faces appeared, all mine, all smiling, all wrong. I grabbed my emergency paddle, started rowing. The boat moved like it was fighting through mud, each stroke harder than the last. The cabin grew larger, closer, though I was rowing away from it. The windows blazed brighter. The shadows moved faster. Laughter surrounded the boat now. My laugh, multiplied dozens of times, coming from under the water, from the air, from everywhere. My fishing rod bent. Something had taken the frozen line, something heavy, something that pulled with impossible strength. The rod snapped, a sound like breaking bones. The line whipped past my face, drawing blood, disappeared into water that had turned black as oil. More faces rose to the surface, dozens of versions of me, floating just below the water, all moving, all watching, all smiling. A hand grabbed the boat's edge, pale flesh, long fingers. My hand, but wrong. Water ran up the arm instead of down. I smashed it with the paddle. The hand exploded into cold mist, reformed, grabbed again. More hands emerged, dozens of them, all mine, all reaching. The cabin filled my vision now, impossible angles in its architecture, windows where windows couldn't be. The door stood open, warm light spilling out. A figure stood in the doorway, me but not me, smiling that wrong smile, beckoning with hands that moved like water. "Welcome home," it said with my voice. I jumped, hit water that felt like concrete. Cold shot through my body, paralyzed my muscles, froze my thoughts. The faces surrounded me. Hands grabbed my clothes, pulled me down, up, sideways in directions that couldn't exist. I broke the surface, found myself on the cabin's porch, clothes dry, skin burning cold. Laughter came from inside, my laughter, mixed with sounds that weren't laughter, weren't human. The door swung wider. The other me smiled. "Finally here. We've been waiting so long." I ran, found a trail that hadn't existed before, sprinted through trees that moved when I wasn't looking directly at them. The laughter followed. The cold followed. The sound of water running uphill followed. I reached my truck at sunset. The lake had vanished. Trees grew where water should be. But the cabin remained, lights blazing, door open, other me smiling and waving. The next morning, everything looked normal. The lake where it should be, no cabin, no faces in the water. But something had changed. Small things at first. Water runs up when I wash my hands. Mirrors show too many reflections, all wearing my face, all smiling that wrong smile. I hear laughter in empty rooms. My laughter, multiplied and distorted, mixed with sounds that hurt my ears. The cabin appears in other places, different lakes, different woods, always with those blazing windows, always with that open door, always with another me waiting, smiling, beckoning. My fishing rod reappeared on my porch a week later, broken pieces mended with ice that never melts. A message carved in the handle. "Thanks for visiting. I don't fish anymore, don't go near lakes or rivers or even puddles after rain. But I see the faces, in fountains, in glasses of water, in morning dew on grass. All my face, all smiling, all wrong. The cabin finds me in dreams, shows up in photos I don't remember taking, appears at the edge of my vision on dark nights, always with those lights. That open door, that other me waiting. Other fishermen tell stories now, about cabins that appear between casts, about laughter underwater, about faces and hands that move wrong. Some disappear, their boats found empty, messages carved in ice that never melts. Thanks for visiting. The lake calls me back. Every night I hear it, water running uphill, laughter in empty rooms. My voice multiplied into a chorus. The cabin waits. The other me waits. All those hands and faces in black water wait. Someday I'll go back, walk through that open door, join all the other versions of me in water that moves wrong. But for now, I stay away from lakes, from rivers, from anything deeper than a bathtub. And even then, sometimes I see faces in the water. My face, smiling with too many teeth, waiting. The sound came at exactly 2:47 a.m. Steel wheels on dead tracks, a whistle that hadn't blown in 30 years. I checked my watch twice. The station had been closed since 1993. The tracks were rusted solid, but I heard it, clear as day. I'm Frank Carter, Railway Police, 20 years on the job. The night shift at abandoned Station 23 was supposed to be my easiest assignment. Just watch empty platforms and rusted rails. Nothing ever happened here, until that night. The sound grew louder, wheels clicking on rails, metal grinding against metal, a train approaching at exactly 65 miles per hour, according to my handheld radar. But that was impossible. The tracks were dead, disconnected, overgrown with weeds. Cold air swept through the station. My breath fogged in front of my face. The temperature had dropped 20 degrees in seconds. The platform lights flickered. They shouldn't have been working at all. Power had been cut decades ago, but yellow light pulsed through dusty glass, casting wrong shadows on cracked concrete. My radio crackled. Static burst through the speaker. Then a voice, distorted but clear. Station 23, train 449 approaching. Clear for arrival. Train 449. I knew that number. The last train to run this line. Derailed 30 years ago with no survivors. The wheels grew louder. The whistle screamed closer. Wind whipped through the station, carrying the smell of hot metal and coal smoke from engines that didn't exist anymore. I grabbed my flashlight. The beam caught movement on the tracks. The rails had changed. No rust, no weeds. Clean steel stretching into darkness. The station's old arrival board clattered to life. Letters flipped and spun. Impossible destinations appeared. Cities that didn't exist. Places that couldn't exist. My hands shook as I called dispatch. Static answered. Then my own voice came through. Station 23, prepare for arrival. All passengers aboard. The radio fell from my numb fingers, hit the platform with a crack that echoed wrong, came back distorted, like screams. Light appeared in the distance, headlamps cutting through fog that hadn't been there minutes ago. The train whistle screamed again, closer, almost here. I saw it then, the locomotive, black steel gleaming in dead platform lights, steam rising from its wheels. But wrong. The metal rippled like water. The windows glowed with blue light that hurt my eyes. Empty carriages stretched behind it, glass reflecting station lights that shouldn't work, doors opening and closing by themselves. The train slowed, brakes screamed, sparks flew from wheels that weren't touching the rails. It stopped at the platform. Perfect alignment. Steam hissed from pistons that moved in impossible ways. The doors opened. Cold air rushed out. The carriages were full of shadows, moving shadows, taking shape. People stepped onto the platform, but not people. Things wearing people shapes, their edges blurred, their movements too smooth, too wrong. They turned toward me, all wearing my face, all smiling with teeth that gleamed like polished steel. Last call, they said in my voice, all aboard. I ran. My boots hit platform tiles that changed under my feet. Distance stretched. The exit got further away with each step. The knot people followed. Their footsteps echoed in perfect synchronization. The sound bounced off walls, came back changed, like train wheels on dead tracks. I found a door, slammed through it, ended up back on the platform. The train waited. The things with my face smiled. Another door, another platform, another train, again and again. The station had changed, grown larger, older, newer, all at once. Tracks twisted in geometric patterns that hurt my brain. I checked my watch. Still 2:47 a.m. would always be 2:47 a.m. Finally, a door led outside. I ran through darkness. The station lights cast shadows that moved wrong, followed me. When I reached my car, the sun was rising. The station looked normal, abandoned, dead. But something had changed. Small things at first. Train whistles wake me at night, always at 2:47 a.m. The sound of wheels on tracks that don't exist anymore. I see trains that can't be there, moving through solid buildings, running on rails that twist through the air. The things with my face watch from windows, from mirrors, from any reflective surface, still smiling, still waiting. My ticket appeared in my pocket a week later, printed on paper that felt like cold metal. Destination listed as home in letters that moved when I wasn't looking directly at them. I tried to quit my job, transfer to another station, but every assignment leads back here. Every patrol ends at platform 23. The train comes more often now, not just at 2:47 a.m. I hear it during the day, see it out of the corner of my eye. The things with my face have gotten bolder. They stand on street corners, sit in parked cars, watch me from crowds, always smiling, always holding tickets. Other officers have started seeing it too. The train that runs on dead tracks, the passengers with stolen faces. Some disappear, their badges found on platform 23, covered in rust that moves like water. The station changes every night now, grows larger, older. Gates lead to platforms that can't exist. Trains arrive and depart on impossible schedules, carrying passengers who wear borrowed faces, all smiling, all holding tickets. My ticket grows colder in my pocket. The destination changes every time I look. Places that don't exist, places that can't exist. The train waits. The things with my face wait, patient, eternal. Someday I'll board that train, join the other versions of me behind windows that glow with wrong light, smile with steel teeth at the next officer who sees a train that can't exist. But for now, I patrol dead tracks, watch empty platforms, listen to whistles that echo from 30 years ago, and every night at 2:47 a.m., Train 449 arrives at Station 23, right on schedule. The passengers with my face smile and wave, hold out tickets to places that don't exist, waiting for me to finally take that ride on rails that twist through impossible spaces, to join them in carriages that run on dead tracks, forever arriving at 2:47 a.m. I should have known something was off when the GPS lost signal halfway up the mountain. But there I was, white-knuckling the steering wheel of our rental car, with Sarah next to me trying to figure out the old-school paper map we'd grabbed as an afterthought. "I think we missed a turn about a mile back," she said, squinting at the faded lines. I sighed, feeling the tension creep into my shoulders. Great, just great. We'd been planning this weekend getaway for months. A secluded cabin in the woods, no cell service, no Wi-Fi, just us, nature, and a chance to reconnect away from the chaos of city life. Now, as the sun dipped below the tree line and shadows stretched across the narrow dirt road, I was starting to think we should have stuck with a normal hotel. Just as I was about to suggest turning back, Sarah's face lit up. "There, I see a mailbox." Sure enough, a rustic wooden mailbox appeared around the bend, barely visible in the fading light. The reflective numbers matched the address we'd been given. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding and steered the car onto an even narrower path leading into a clearing. The cabin materialized out of the gloom like something from a storybook. 2 stories of weathered logs, a wide porch, and windows glowing with warm, inviting light. It was exactly like the pictures online, but somehow more real, more isolated. As we stepped out of the car, the silence hit me like a physical thing. No traffic noise, no distant voices, not even the hum of power lines. Just the whisper of wind through pine needles and the crunch of gravel under our feet. Sarah breathed in deeply, a smile spreading across her face. "Smell that air. This is exactly what we needed." I nodded, trying to shake off my unease. "Yeah, it's something else." We grabbed our bags and headed for the porch. A note was taped to the front door. "Welcome. Key is under the blue flower pot. Make yourselves at home and enjoy your stay. Management." "Management," I muttered, glancing around the empty clearing. Right. The interior of the cabin was cozy and well-maintained, all knotty pine and plaid upholstery. A stone fireplace dominated one wall of the living room, and the kitchen gleamed with newer appliances than I'd expected. Sarah flopped onto the oversized couch with a contented sigh. "This place is perfect. I can already feel the stress melting away." I had to admit, it was pretty nice. As I unpacked our groceries, I could feel myself starting to relax. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad after all. We spent that first evening exploring the cabin, marveling at the little touches that made it feel homey. Old board games stacked in a corner, a bookshelf filled with well-worn paperbacks, even a telescope set up by one of the upstairs windows. "Check this out," Sarah called from the master bedroom. "The view is incredible." I joined her at the window, and my breath caught. The cabin sat on a small ridge, overlooking a vast expanse of wilderness. Mountains rose in the distance, their peaks still capped with snow even in late spring. With the sun fully set, a riot of stars blazed overhead, more than I'd ever seen in my life. "Okay," I admitted, wrapping an arm around her waist. This might have been a good idea after all. We turned in early that night, worn out from the drive and lulled by the profound quiet. I drifted off almost immediately, Sarah's steady breathing beside me a familiar comfort. It was the scratching that woke me. At first, I thought I was dreaming. A faint, rhythmic sound, like fingernails dragging slowly across wood. I blinked in the darkness, disoriented. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It was coming from inside the walls. I sat up, suddenly wide awake. The noise stopped. "Sarah," I whispered, shaking her gently. "Sarah, wake up." She stirred, mumbling sleepily. What's wrong?" "Listen," I said, holding my breath. For a long moment, there was nothing but silence. Then, just as Sarah opened her mouth to speak, it started again. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Her eyes widened. "What is that?" "I don't know," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "Probably just a mouse or something." Sarah sat up, pulling the blankets tighter around herself. "That doesn't sound like a mouse." I swung my legs out of bed, fumbling for my phone on the nightstand. The screen's glow seemed harsh in the darkness. 2:17 a.m. "I'll go check it out," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. The scratching continued as I made my way downstairs, using my phone as a makeshift flashlight. It seemed to be coming from the living room. I swept the beam across the walls, half expecting to see something skittering away. Nothing. I pressed my ear against the wall, wincing at the cold wood. The scratching was louder here, more insistent. It didn't sound like any rodent I'd ever heard. The rhythm was too deliberate. Suddenly, it stopped. The silence rushed back in, broken only by the pounding of my heart. I waited, straining to hear, but whatever it was seemed to have gone. I didn't sleep much after that. The next morning dawned bright and clear, the horrors of the night seeming far away in the cheerful sunlight. Sarah and I laughed off our fears over breakfast, blaming overactive imaginations and too many scary movies. We spent the day hiking, marveling at the unspoiled beauty of the forest. By the time we returned to the cabin, pleasantly exhausted and sun-warmed, the scratching was all but forgotten. It wasn't until I was building a fire that evening that I noticed something odd. As I moved the heavy armchair away from the fireplace, I saw marks on the floorboards, long parallel grooves, as if something sharp had been dragged across the wood. "Hey, Sarah," I called, keeping my voice casual. "Come look at this." She came over, frowning as she knelt to examine the marks. "Huh. Maybe the previous guests moved the furniture around?" "Maybe," I said, not quite convinced. The grooves looked fresh, the wood pale where it had been scraped away. We tried to brush it off, but I could tell Sarah was unsettled too. We kept the conversation light as we ate dinner, but there was an undercurrent of tension that hadn't been there before. That night, we both jolted awake at the first scratch. It was louder this time, more frantic. No longer confined to the walls, it seemed to be coming from all around us. The floor, the ceiling, even the goddamn furniture. Sarah clutched my arm, her nails digging into my skin. "What's happening?" I shook my head, at a loss for words. The scratching built to a crescendo, a maddening cacophony that set my teeth on edge. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse. We spent the rest of the night huddled together on the couch, jumping at every creak and groan of the old cabin settling. When dawn finally broke, we were both bleary-eyed and on edge. "We should leave," Sarah said, her voice hoarse from lack of sleep. I nodded, already gathering our things. Yeah, this isn't right." We packed in record time, hauling our bags out to the car without bothering to clean up. I just wanted to put this place in our rearview mirror as quickly as possible. I turned the key in the ignition. Nothing happened. I tried again, my heart sinking as the engine refused to turn over. Not even a click. It was as if all the power had been drained from the battery. "No," Sarah whispered, the color draining from her face. "No, no, no." I got out and popped the hood, but I knew it was useless. I'm no mechanic, and even if I was, we were miles from the nearest auto parts store. We were well and truly stuck. As I slammed the hood in frustration, I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. Someone was standing on the porch of the cabin. I turned, relief flooding through me. Maybe the owners had shown up, or another guest, someone who could help. The figure was rail-thin, unnaturally tall. It stood perfectly still, head cocked at an odd angle. And its hands were tipped with long, curved claws. As I watched, frozen in horror, it slowly raised one hand and dragged those claws across the wooden siding of the cabin. Scratch, scratch, scratch. A scream built in my throat, but before I could release it, the thing was gone. Between one blink and the next, the porch was empty. I ran back to the car, my hands shaking so badly I could barely work the door handle. Sarah was saying something, her voice high and panicked, but I couldn't make out the words over the roaring in my ears. As I threw myself into the driver's seat, motion in the rearview mirror caught my eye. I looked up, my blood turning to ice. The thing was in the back seat, its lipless mouth stretched in a grotesque parody of a smile. Those horrible claws reached for us, and I knew with sickening certainty that the real nightmare was only just beginning. The first rays of dawn filtered through the canopy, painting my tent in dappled light. I stretched, savoring the earthy scent of pine and damp soil. This was why I loved solo camping. Just me and the wilderness, no distractions. I unzipped the tent flap and crawled out, ready to start my day. That's when I noticed it. My backpack, which I'd left propped against a nearby tree, was now sitting neatly in front of my tent. Must have moved it in my sleep and forgotten. Shrugging it off, I set about making breakfast. The familiar routine of boiling water for coffee and oatmeal helped shake off the last cobwebs of sleep. As I ate, I planned my hike for the day. I'd found this secluded spot off the main trail yesterday, and I was eager to explore further. Packing up my day pack, I made sure to secure the rest of my gear inside the tent. No sense in tempting any curious critters. With a final glance around the campsite, I set off into the woods. The forest was alive with sound, birds calling, leaves rustling, the distant bubble of a stream. I breathed deeply, feeling the tension of city life melting away with each step. This was exactly what I needed. Hours passed as I hiked, marking my trail and taking photos of interesting plants and rock formations. As the sun climbed higher, I decided to head back to camp for lunch. Something felt off as I approached my campsite. I couldn't put my finger on it at first. Then I realized my tent had been moved. Not by much, maybe a foot or two, but I was certain it wasn't where I'd left it. "Hello?" I called out, scanning the surrounding trees. "Is someone there?" Silence answered me. A chill ran down my spine despite the warm afternoon sun. I approached the tent cautiously, half expecting to find it ransacked. But everything seemed to be in order. My gear was untouched, nothing was missing, just slightly rearranged. "Get a grip," I muttered to myself. "Probably just an animal." But what kind of animal neatly repositions a tent? I tried to shake off my unease as I made lunch, but I couldn't stop glancing over my shoulder. The forest that had seemed so welcoming this morning now felt oppressive, the shadows between the trees deeper and more menacing. As I cleaned up after eating, I noticed something glinting at the edge of the clearing. Curious, I went to investigate. Half buried in the leaf litter was a small stone can, a stack of smooth river rocks balanced with careful precision. I was sure it hadn't been there earlier. "Hello?" I called again, louder this time. "This isn't funny. Show yourself." Nothing but the whisper of wind through the leaves. I debated packing up and leaving, but the thought of hiking back in my current rattled state seemed worse than staying put. Besides, I told myself, I was probably overreacting. Maybe some other hiker had passed through while I was out and decided to play a prank. Yeah, that had to be it. I spent the rest of the afternoon in my campsite, nervously whittling sticks and trying to lose myself in a paperback. As dusk approached, I built up the campfire, taking comfort in its warm glow and crackling flames. That night, I dreamed of eyes watching me from the darkness. I woke with a start, heart pounding. The fire had burned down to embers, casting a faint red glow over the campsite. For a moment, I could have sworn I saw a figure standing at the edge of the light, but when I blinked, it was gone. Sleep didn't come easy after that. The next morning, I crawled out of my tent to find my campsite had been rearranged. The fire pit had been neatly cleaned out, fresh tinder and kindling stacked nearby. My cooking gear, which I'd left by the fire, was now hanging from tree branches in a bizarre mobile. And there, right in the center of it all, was another cairn, larger this time, with a small white flower placed on top. My hands shook as I took down my cooking gear. This was beyond a prank. I didn't know what this was, but it scared the hell out of me. I'd had enough. Forget breakfast. I was getting out of here. I turned to my tent, ready to break camp, and froze. There, scratched into the dirt in front of the entrance, was a crude stick figure. A childish drawing, but unmistakable in its meaning. A person, arms outstretched, like a welcome, or a warning. "Nope," I said aloud, my voice sounding thin and scared. "Nope, nope, nope." I threw my gear into my backpack haphazardly, not bothering with my usual careful packing. In record time, I had the tent down and stuffed into its bag. I didn't even bother trying to erase my campsite. I just wanted out. With one last nervous glance around the clearing, I shouldered my pack and headed for the trail, or where I thought the trail was. In my panic, I'd lost track of which direction I'd come from. "Okay, don't freak out," I told myself, trying to slow my breathing. "You marked the trail. Just find your markers." I picked a direction that looked familiar and started walking, scanning the trees for the bright orange tape I'd used to mark my path. But after 10 minutes of increasingly frantic searching, I had to admit the truth. I was lost. The realization hit me like a physical blow. I sank to the ground, my pack suddenly feeling twice as heavy. This couldn't be happening. I was an experienced hiker. I knew better than this. As I sat there trying to get my panic under control, I noticed something carved into the trunk of a nearby tree. At first, I thought it was just natural scarring in the bark, but as I looked closer, I could make out a crude arrow shape, pointing deeper into the woods. I stared at it, my mind racing. Should I follow it? What if it was a trap? But what choice did I have? With shaking legs, I stood and started walking in the direction the arrow indicated. Every few trees, I found another carving, arrows, stick figures, spirals, a trail of breadcrumbs leading me. Where? The forest grew denser, the underbrush thicker. I had to fight my way through in some spots, thorns catching at my clothes. The canopy overhead blotted out more and more sunlight until I was walking in a perpetual green twilight. Just as I was about to give up and try backtracking, the trees opened up into a small clearing. And there, in the center, was my tent, perfectly pitched, campfire laid and ready to light, my gear neatly arranged around the site. I stared, uncomprehending. This wasn't possible. I'd packed everything up. I'd been walking for hours. How? A twig snapped behind me. I whirled around, my heart in my throat. At the edge of the clearing stood a figure, tall and thin, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. Its skin was the color of tree bark, rough and knotted, and its eyes were black as pitch, reflecting no light. We stared at each other for what felt like an eternity. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but my body wouldn't respond. Slowly, deliberately, the creature raised one gnarled hand and pointed at the tent. Then, with a motion so swift I almost missed it, it melted back into the shadows of the forest. I stood there, rooted to the spot, for a long time. The shadows lengthened as the sun began to set, but still I couldn't bring myself to move. What was I supposed to do now? Part of me wanted to run, to keep running until I found a road, a town, anything. But another part was curious. Terrified, yes, but curious. Why had it brought me here? Why go to all this trouble? As if in a dream, I found myself moving towards the tent. My hands shook as I unzipped the flap. Inside, laid out on my sleeping bag, was a book, ancient-looking, bound in what looked like tree bark, its pages yellow and brittle with age. And there, on the first page, written in a spidery hand, "Welcome, traveler. We've been waiting for you." I looked up, out into the darkening woods, and somewhere, just beyond the firelight, I saw eyes watching me, waiting. I knew I should be afraid. I knew I should run. But as I stood there, the old book in my hands, I felt something else, a sense of belonging, of coming home. Slowly, I sat down by the fire pit. With trembling hands, I struck a match and touched it to the kindling. As the flames caught and grew, I opened the book and began to read. The moving truck hadn't even pulled away before he was at our door, all smiles and southern charm. "Well, howdy there, neighbors. Name's Frank Pearson. Thought I'd come on over and introduce myself, seeing as we'll be living next door to each other and all." I blinked, caught off guard by his enthusiasm. My wife Sarah, recovering quicker, stepped forward with a polite smile. "Hi, Frank. Nice to meet you. I'm Sarah, and this is my husband, Tom. We just moved in, as you can probably tell." Frank's grin widened, if that was even possible. "Oh, I can tell all right. Been watching y'all unpack all morning. Looks like quite the job you've got ahead of you." A faint alarm bell rang in the back of my mind at his words. He'd been watching us all morning? But before I could dwell on it, Frank was talking again. "Say, how about I bring over some of my famous chili later? Help you folks settle in proper like." Sarah, ever the diplomat, accepted graciously. As Frank headed back to his house with a jaunty wave, I couldn't shake a vague sense of unease. "Bit forward, isn't he?" I muttered. Sarah elbowed me gently. "Oh, stop. He's just being neighborly. It's sweet." I nodded, trying to push away my reservations. This was a fresh start for us. New town, new jobs, new home. No need to let my natural cynicism color things so soon. Frank was true to his word, showing up that evening with a steaming pot of chili and a six-pack of local craft beer. I had to admit, the food was delicious, and Frank proved to be an engaging conversationalist. By the time he left, even I was warming up to our overly friendly neighbor. The next few days passed in a blur of unpacking and settling in. Frank was a constant presence, always ready with a helping hand or a cold drink. It was nice, I suppose, if a little overwhelming. It was about a week after we'd moved in that I first noticed something odd. I was looking for my favorite coffee mug, the one Sarah had given me on our first anniversary. I could have sworn I'd unpacked it and put it in the kitchen cupboard, but it wasn't there. "Hey, hun," I called out. "Have you seen my Star Wars mug?" Sarah appeared in the doorway, a puzzled look on her face. "It should be in the cupboard. I remember unpacking it myself." We searched the entire kitchen, but the mug was nowhere to be found. It wasn't a big deal, really, just a mug. But it nagged at me. The next day, I noticed my running shoes weren't where I'd left them by the front door. I found them in the closet instead. Then it was Sarah's favorite book, which turned up in a different room. Small things, easy to explain away as absent-mindedness in the chaos of moving. But they kept happening. It was Frank who found my mug, oddly enough. He'd stopped by, again, and was helping himself to coffee, as usual, when he pulled it out of the cupboard. "Hey, this is a neat mug. You a big Star Wars fan, Tom?" I stared at the mug in his hand, feeling a chill that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. Yeah," I managed. Where did you find that?" Frank looked at me quizzically. "Right here in the cupboard. Where else would it be?" I mumbled something non-committal and took the mug, my mind racing. I knew it hadn't been there. We'd looked, both of us. As the days went on, I found myself growing increasingly paranoid. Things in our house kept shifting, appearing in places they shouldn't be. And Frank was always there, always dropping by unannounced, always letting himself in like he owned the place. "I don't like it," I told Sarah one night after Frank had finally left. "It's not normal how often he's here." Sarah sighed, looking tired. He's just lonely, Tom. You know he's divorced, lives alone. I think he's just happy to have company. But doesn't it seem weird to you? How he always knows things about us? Things we haven't told him? She frowned. What do you mean? I struggled to put it into words. Like, yesterday, he asked how your presentation went. But I never told him you had a presentation. Did you? Sarah's frown deepened. No, I don't think so. But maybe I mentioned it in passing and forgot. I wanted to believe that. I really did. But the doubt had taken root, and it was growing. The breaking point came about a month after we'd moved in. I woke up in the middle of the night, parched. As I headed to the kitchen for a glass of water, I heard a noise from the living room, soft, like someone trying to be quiet. My heart pounding, I crept down the hallway. The living room was dark, but in the faint light from the street lamps outside, I could make out a figure moving around. I fumbled for the light switch and flicked it on. Frank stood in the middle of our living room, looking for all the world like a kid caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Frank, I managed, my voice strangled. What the hell are you doing in our house? He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Oh, hey there, Tom. Didn't mean to wake you. Just, thought I heard a noise over here. Came to check it out. I stared at him, uncomprehending. You heard a noise from your house, so you broke into ours? Frank's smile faltered. Now, I didn't break in. You folks gave me a key, remember? For emergencies? We hadn't. I was absolutely certain we hadn't given this man a key to our home. I think you should leave, I said, surprised at how steady my voice sounded. Frank's face darkened for a moment, a flash of something ugly crossing his features, but it was gone so quickly I almost thought I'd imagined it. Sure thing, neighbor. Sorry for the disturbance. He headed for the door, pausing with his hand on the knob. You folks really should be more careful, though. Never know what might happen if you leave your door unlocked. The door clicked shut behind him, leaving me alone in the suddenly too quiet house. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. Instead, I went through the house, checking every lock, every window. And as I did, I started noticing things, little things that were out of place. A photo album moved to a different shelf. Sarah's jewelry box slightly ajar. My laptop open when I was sure I'd closed it. When Sarah woke up, I told her everything. To my relief, she believed me. We spent the morning changing our locks and installing a security system. We debated calling the police, but what could we tell them? That our neighbor was too friendly? That things in our house moved around? It sounded crazy. Hell, I was starting to think I was crazy. But then Sarah gasped, staring at her phone. Tom, she said, her voice shaking. Look at this. She handed me her phone. It was open to Frank's Facebook page, and there, in his photos, was our living room, our kitchen, our bedroom. Dozens of pictures, all taken inside our house when we weren't home. But it was the captions that made my blood run cold. My new place is coming together nicely. Love what I've done with the kitchen. Home sweet home. I looked up at Sarah, seeing my own horror reflected in her eyes. We need to leave, I said, now. We threw some clothes and essentials into bags, not bothering to pack properly. As we rushed out to the car, I saw Frank standing on his porch, watching us with that same wide grin. Going somewhere, neighbors? He called out. I didn't answer, just threw our bags in the trunk and got in the driver's seat. As we pulled away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. Frank was still there, still smiling, and he was waving. Not goodbye. Welcome home. We drove in silence for a while, both of us too shaken to speak. Finally, Sarah broke the silence. Where are we going? I realized I had no idea. We couldn't go back, that much was clear. But where could we go that Frank couldn't follow? As if reading my thoughts, Sarah's phone pinged with a new notification. With trembling hands, she read it aloud. New post from Frank Pearson. Bon voyage, neighbors. Don't worry. I'll take good care of the place while you're gone. Can't wait for you to come home. I pressed down harder on the accelerator, watching the familiar streets of our new neighborhood fade away in the mirror. But no matter how far or fast we drove, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd never truly escape. After all, home is where the heart is. And Frank? Frank was already there, waiting for us to return. The keys jingled in my hand as I locked my car, the sound echoing across the empty parking lot. I looked up at the abandoned factory looming before me, its broken windows like dead eyes staring down. My new workplace for the next 8 hours. You've got this, Jake, I muttered to myself, straightening my security guard uniform. It's just an old building, nothing to be scared of. As I approached the main entrance, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The air felt heavier here, charged with an energy I couldn't explain. I shook my head, trying to dispel the notion. First night jitters, that's all it was. The lock clicked open, and I stepped inside, immediately enveloped by darkness and the musty smell of neglect. My flashlight beam cut through the gloom, revealing dust-covered machinery and debris scattered across the floor. I made my way to the security office, a small room near the entrance that had been retrofitted with modern equipment. Banks of monitors lined one wall, showing grainy feeds from cameras placed throughout the factory. A desk with a computer and a mini-fridge completed the setup. Home sweet home, I said to no one in particular, settling into the creaky office chair. The night started quietly enough. I did my rounds, checking doors and windows, marking my progress in the logbook. The factory was huge, a maze of corridors and vast open spaces filled with silent machines. My footsteps echoed off the high ceilings, the beam of my flashlight creating monstrous shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. It was during my second round, sometime after midnight, that I first heard it. A faint noise, like metal scraping against metal. I froze, listening intently. For a moment, there was nothing but the sound of my own breathing. Then, there it was again, a distant clang, followed by a drawn-out screech. My heart rate picked up as I swept my flashlight around, searching for the source. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small in the cavernous space. "Is someone there?" Silence answered me. I radioed it in, just to be safe. "Base, this is Jake. I'm hearing some strange noises in Sector 3. Going to investigate." The radio crackled. "Copy that, Jake. Be careful out there." I moved cautiously through the factory, every sense on high alert. The noise didn't repeat, but now that I was listening for it, I became aware of other sounds. Tiny clicks and pops, the groan of settling metal. Sounds you'd expect in an old building, but which now took on a more sinister quality. By the time I finished my sweep and returned to the office, I was jumpy and on edge. I slumped into my chair, rubbing my eyes. The monitors flickered before me, showing empty rooms and hallways. Wait, was that? I leaned forward, squinting at one of the screens. For a split second, I could have sworn I saw movement, a shadow darting across the frame. But when I looked again, there was nothing. "You're losing it, man," I told myself, leaning back and taking a swig from my water bottle. "It's just an empty factory." The rest of the night passed uneventfully, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled over me. As I locked up at dawn, I found myself looking forward to going home and putting this place behind me. If only I'd known then that this was just the beginning. The next few nights followed a similar pattern. Strange noises would echo through the factory, always just out of sight. The cameras would catch fleeting glimpses of movement, gone before I could focus on them. Each time I investigated, I found nothing out of place, no sign that anyone else had been there. But things were moving. I was sure of it. Small objects would be in different positions when I made my rounds. A wrench that had been on a workbench now on the floor, a pile of papers rearranged. Tiny changes that I might not have noticed if I hadn't been so on edge. By the end of the week, I was a nervous wreck. I wasn't sleeping well during the day, my dreams filled with shadowy figures and clanging machinery. I thought about quitting, but I needed this job. And a part of me, a part I didn't want to acknowledge, was curious. What was really going on in this factory at night? It was on my 8th night that things escalated. I was doing my usual rounds when all the lights suddenly flickered on, flooding the factory floor with harsh fluorescent light. I stumbled, momentarily blinded, my heart pounding in my chest. "What the hell?" I muttered, blinking rapidly as my eyes adjusted. The lights went out just as abruptly, plunging me back into darkness. But in that brief moment of illumination, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There, on the far side of the room, stood a figure, tall and unnaturally thin, its proportions all wrong, and it was looking right at me. I ran. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I ran back to the security office and slammed the door, my breath coming in ragged gasps. With shaking hands, I pulled up the camera feeds, frantically scanning for any sign of the figure. Nothing, just empty rooms and hallways. I stayed in that office for the rest of my shift, eyes glued to the monitors. The radio sat silent beside me. I couldn't bring myself to call it in. What would I say? That I saw a ghost? A monster? They'd think I was crazy. Maybe I was. As dawn approached, I steeled myself for one final round. I had to check the factory before I left. It was my job, after all. With my flashlight in one hand and my baton in the other, I ventured out. The factory was quiet, almost peaceful in the early morning light filtering through the dirty windows. I was starting to think I'd imagined the whole thing when I turned a corner and stopped dead in my tracks. There, scratched into the concrete floor, was a message. "We see you, Jake." My name. My goddamn name. I don't remember much of what happened next. Somehow I finished my rounds and locked up. I drove home in a daze, my mind racing. I should quit. I should run. I should tell someone. But who would believe me? I didn't sleep at all that day. Instead, I pored over the security footage, looking for any evidence of what I'd seen. There was nothing concrete, just those same fleeting shadows, those split-second movements at the edge of the frame. But now, knowing what to look for, I started to see patterns. Whatever was in the factory, it was smart. It knew where the cameras were and how to avoid them. That night, as I drove to work, I felt a strange mix of dread and anticipation. Part of me was terrified of what I might find. But another part, a part I didn't quite understand, was excited. I wanted answers. The factory was quiet when I arrived, almost expectant. I did my rounds mechanically, hyper-aware of every sound, every shadow. But nothing happened. Hours ticked by, and still nothing. It wasn't until near the end of my shift that everything changed. I was sitting in the office, staring blankly at the monitors, when the screens suddenly went black. All of them, at the same time. I jolted upright, my heart hammering. "No, no, no," I muttered, frantically trying to reboot the system. Nothing worked. Then, one by one, the screens flickered back to life. But they weren't showing the factory anymore. Instead, each monitor displayed a different angle of Me. Me sitting in the office chair, staring at the screens in horror. I whirled around, looking for the cameras, but there were none. The images on the screen moved as I moved, perfectly synchronized. A message appeared across the bottom of each screen. We've been watching you, Jake. Now it's time for you to join us. The door to the office swung open on its own, revealing the dark corridor beyond. And there, just at the edge of the darkness, I saw them. Dozens of figures, their proportions twisted and wrong, their eyes gleaming in the low light. They were waiting for me. I'd like to say I was brave, that I stood my ground or fought back. But the truth is, I ran. I ran out of that office and through the factory, the sound of inhuman laughter echoing behind me. I didn't stop until I reached my car, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. As I peeled out of the parking lot, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The factory stood silent and dark, betraying no hint of the horrors within. But I knew the truth now. I knew what happened in that place when the sun went down. I never went back to that job. Never even went to collect my last paycheck. Some things are more important than money. But sometimes, late at night, I still hear the distant clang of machinery. And in my dreams, I'm back in that factory, running through endless corridors, while unseen eyes watch from the shadows. Always watching, always waiting, for me to join them. The notification pinged, drawing my eyes to the screen for what felt like the 100th time that hour. Another message from Darkstar82. I couldn't help the smile that spread across my face as I clicked to open it. Hey Alex, check out this song. It's got that melancholy vibe you love. I clicked the link, and sure enough, the haunting melody that filled my room was exactly my style. It was uncanny how well Darkstar82 seemed to know my tastes after just a few weeks of chatting online. I typed back quickly, "Wow, spot on as usual. How do you do that?" The response came almost instantly. "Just paying attention. So how was work today? Did that annoying coworker Linda bother you again?" I frowned slightly. Had I mentioned Linda by name? I must have, though I couldn't specifically remember doing so. I shrugged it off and launched into a rant about my day, the tension in my shoulders easing as I vented to my new online friend. It had started innocently enough. A comment on the obscure music forum had turned into a private message, which had evolved into hours-long conversations about everything and nothing. Darkstar82 was witty, insightful, and seemed to genuinely care about what I had to say. In the loneliness of my small apartment in a big city, it was a lifeline I hadn't realized I'd been craving. As the weeks went by, our chats became more frequent, more intense. Darkstar82 always seemed to be online when I needed to talk, no matter the time of day or night. They remembered every detail I shared, often bringing up things I'd mentioned in passing days or even weeks before. It was during one of our late-night conversations that things started to feel off. Darkstar82, you should really get that leaky faucet in your kitchen fixed. The dripping must drive you crazy at night. I stared at the screen, a chill running down my spine. I hadn't mentioned anything about a leaky faucet. I'd only noticed it myself that morning. Me. How did you know about that? There was a long pause before the reply came. Darkstar82. Oh, didn't you mention it earlier? My mistake if not. I must have a good intuition. I laughed it off, but a seed of unease had been planted. Over the next few days, I found myself paying closer attention to our conversations, noting the little things that didn't quite add up. Darkstar82 knew about the book I'd just started reading, though I was sure I hadn't mentioned it. They commented on the new shirt I'd bought, even though I hadn't worn it yet or told anyone about it. Small things, easily explained away, but they started to pile up. One night, unable to sleep, I scrolled back through our chat history. I was looking for something specific, any mention I might have made of my address or exact location. To my relief, I found nothing. I'd been careful about that, at least. But as I read through our conversations, I noticed something strange. Darkstar82's messages were often predictive, mentioning things just before they happened in my life. It was as if they knew what was going to happen to me before I did. The next day at work, I couldn't focus. My mind kept wandering back to Darkstar82 and all the little inconsistencies. I jumped every time my phone buzzed, half expecting to see a message saying they knew I was on to them. When I got home that evening, I hesitated before opening my laptop. Part of me wanted to confront Darkstar82 to demand answers, but another part, a part I didn't want to acknowledge, was afraid of what those answers might be. Finally, I logged on. There was a message waiting for me. Darkstar82. Hey, Alex, you seemed distracted today. Everything okay? I felt my heart rate pick up. How could they know I was distracted? Me. I'm fine, just tired. How was your day? Darkstar82. Oh, you know, the usual. But let's talk about you. I'm worried about you, Alex. You haven't been sleeping well, have you? My hands were shaking as I typed my reply. Me. How do you know that? Darkstar82. I told you, I pay attention. I care about you, Alex. I notice these things. Me. But how? How do you notice things you couldn't possibly know? There was a long pause. I held my breath, watching the Darkstar82 is typing message blink on and off. Darkstar82. I think it's time we met in person, don't you? I can explain everything. I felt a jolt of fear mixed with a perverse curiosity. This was my chance to get answers, to prove to myself that I wasn't going crazy. Me. Okay, where and when? Darkstar82. How about that little coffee shop you like, the one with the blue awning on 7th Street, tomorrow at 2 p.m.? I'd never mentioned that coffee shop to Darkstar82. Never. Me. Who are you? Really? Darkstar82. A friend, Alex. Just a friend who knows you better than you know yourself. See you tomorrow. I slammed my laptop shut, my heart pounding. What had I just agreed to? Should I go to the police? But what would I tell them? That my online friend knew too much about me. I barely slept that night, tossing and turning as my mind raced through possibilities, each more terrifying than the last. By morning, I'd convinced myself not to go to the meeting. It was too dangerous, too unknown. But as 2 p.m. approached, I found myself walking towards the coffee shop almost against my will. I had to know. I had to see who Darkstar82 really was. The bell above the door jingled as I entered, my eyes scanning the room. It was nearly empty, just a barista behind the counter and a couple in the corner. Alex? I turned towards the voice and felt my world tilt sideways. Sitting at a table by the window was me, or someone who looked exactly like me, down to the small scar on my chin from a childhood accident. What? Who? I stammered, unable to form a coherent thought. The other me smiled, but it didn't reach their eyes. Sit down, Alex. We have a lot to talk about. In a daze, I sank into the chair across from my doppelganger. Up close, I could see subtle differences. This version of me looked older, more worn. There was a hardness in their eyes that I didn't recognize. I know you have questions, they said, their voice, my voice, sending chills down my spine. I'll try to answer them as best I can. Who are you? I managed to croak out. They sighed, running a hand through their hair, a gesture so familiar it made my head spin. I'm you, Alex. Or rather, I'm who you become in about 10 years. I shook my head, trying to clear it. That's impossible. Time travel isn't real. Isn't it? I said with a sad smile. You'd be surprised what becomes possible when you're desperate enough. But why? Why come back? Why talk to me online? The other Alex leaned forward, their eyes intense. Because I'm trying to save us, Alex. In my timeline, things go very wrong. I thought if I could change small things, nudge us in a different direction, maybe I could prevent it. Prevent what? I asked, not sure I wanted to know the answer. The accident, they said softly. The one that takes everything from us. Our job, our friends, our family, our future. I felt the blood drain from my face. What accident? When? The other Alex shook their head. I can't tell you specifics. That's not how this works. But I can guide you, help you make better choices. That's what I've been trying to do. My mind was reeling. This couldn't be real. And yet, it explained so much. The prescient knowledge, the deep understanding of my thoughts and feelings. So what happens now? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Now, the other Alex said, reaching across the table to take my hand. Now you have a choice. You can walk away, try to forget this ever happened. Or you can trust me, let me help you avoid the mistakes I made. I looked into eyes that were mine, but not mine, seeing the pain and desperation there. Could I trust this impossible version of myself? Could I afford not to? As if reading my thoughts, and maybe they could, the other Alex squeezed my hand. I know it's a lot to take in, but remember, everything I've done, everything I'm doing, it's for us, to give us a better future. I nodded slowly, my decision crystallizing. Okay, I said, tell me what I need to do. The other Alex smiled, relief washing over their features. Thank you, they said. You won't regret this. As we sat there, two versions of the same person plotting a new future, I couldn't shake a nagging feeling in the back of my mind. If this Alex was really me from the future, changed by tragedy and desperation, what else might they be capable of? What lines might I, be willing to cross in the name of changing the past? I pushed the thought away. This was my chance at a better life, a way to avoid some unnamed future catastrophe. I had to trust myself, didn't I?